Okay, now I hear audio coming through. Okay.
All right, let me restart this thing here.
Yeah, because I heard Aaron typing on playback.
Let me restart this thing here.
Yeah, because I
can hear myself.
You're the only one that isn't coming.
It says, "Am I muted?"
Let me double check.
Well, here's the thing. I'm the only one.
No,
I can only hear myself.
Nothing. Nothing on playback.
But I'm not hearing. I'm not hearing you, Flutter.
No, I can hear myself on the playback. On stream when it's catching up. When I unmute.
Hold on. Let me try something. Okay, I deafened Discord, and I could hear you, Flutter. Yeah, Popo. Okay, so Popo's saying he can hear me and Flutter. Mildred, you're still muted. I can still hear you on Discord, but on here, I don't know.
Yeah. And Popo's saying, I do not hear the monk.
All right, how about now?
There we go.
Finally.
Fuck it. Rise.
Yep. Yeah. Rise.
Rise.
Oh my god.
I don't hear.
Are we rising?
Yeah, I don't hear anything coming from resonance.
Let me make sure you guys can hear this.
Are we rising? Did you enable resonance?
I did.
Okay, so we're still hearing. We didn't hear the startup sound. You know what I think might have what might have caused this, Mildra?
What?
Windows update the other night.
Yep.
It may have reset a bunch of my settings.
This is why I turn update off.
I thought I did. Apparently I fucked up. Take two.
Where's my liquor?
There we go. Now I'm only hearing it on playback.
That's mine.
Oh. Still nothing. Weird.
The first segment of this first segment. Yeah, I'm not hearing anything on the Discord either.
Yeah.
You gotta put in your the virtual usual cable shit there.
Yeah, that might have been disconnected due to the update.
Yep.
Yep, because I'm not seeing my usual cable, which means I'm gonna have to set that whole thing up again, and I am not doing that tonight. We're going straight into this. Fuck it, we'll do it live. It just
No soundboard until Shades comes in.
all this means is that
We'll do-
I can't use all this means is that I can't use Resonance until I get this fixed.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Looks like
I said no soundboard until Shades comes in.
I'm the only one with the soundboard now.
Well, other than Aaron, yeah.
yeah. Okay.
So, but anyway,
Where's my liquor?
you know what?
This is not me.
Damn it!
Yo, killing me with this. I can't help. I'm
It's not your fault, Mildred. Windows Update did this.
Y'all trying to kill me.
Thank you, Windows. Thank you, Microsoft. Now you're gonna let me borrow Epstein's black book.
Make sure you tell Bobby Kotick I said fuck off.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah.
In fact, I'll steal clients from Bobby Kotick.
Okay, that's weird.
What's weird?
The Rise can be heard on the stream, but not in Discord. Because I'm seeing.
I know why. I will fix it later. I will fix it after the show tonight.
Right. Anyway,
ODB, how's she doing?
I'm going to continue, quote unquote, grifting this Indiegogo until it reaches its goal. She's at 14,009, which is a decent start, but she's got a long way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's getting a boost from DDP, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's going to help. 41 days?
Yeah.
She might make it.
Yeah, especially if DDP's pushing this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
So even if you don't know if even if you can't donate, just spread it around. I am probably going to, in fact, I'm going to do that right now. Oops, clicked on the wrong spot. There's the link for anybody who wants it.
I'm going to be plugging this in the wrestling channel and the wrestling channel here. In the wrestling channel on RBT and the wrestling channel here.
Yeah, and hell, maybe she gets back up and running. Hell, maybe she start touring with AEW and start.
Oh yeah.
Well, she did have her truck outside for StarCast.
Nice. So,
like do tailgate parties for them.
There you go.
There you go. StarCast is the perfect spot for that.
Yeah. And you remember those Nitro parties from back in the day?
Oh yeah.
I think that might be reaching a little bit, but we'll see.
But hell, you could have sort of an offshoot of that with those tailgate parties outside the arena.
Yeah.
Have that shit before the show.
Mm-hmm.
So our first one that we're dealing with, and it's from our old friend Kitsun Chia. Sorry if I mispronounced your name again. He's working on another book called Babylon Blues Remastered. Faith, demons, and firefights in neon-drenched streets. 6 cyberpunk horror stories in a single collection. He is only asking for 733, which is converted from 100 Singapore dollars. He's currently got 273, with 23 days to go.
He'll make it. That's a very modest goal.
Yep.
Especially with that time frame. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see, Hugo and Dragon Award nominated sci-fi fantasy.
This is the same guy who did Dungeon Samurai, which we covered a while back.
Yeah, and he says Herald of Pulp Rev. So you know what? I like this guy. Someone needs to start back. We need to push this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because Pulp Rev's awesome.
And I will freely admit that from what I'm seeing out of this, he's trying to do a bit of his whole military style with with a bit of
Whoops, wrong
cyberpunk
link.
horror.
Edit.
And along with a bit, and he's described it as Ghost in the Shell meets Shadowrun. Okay, very nice pick.
Yeah.
It's more or less complete, and instead of doing one whole story, this is going to be a collection of 6 different stories. Kind of the thing that SF and pulp authors used to do back in the 50s. Or even before that, during the days when Weird Tales was still the shit. Which Weird Tales is apparently still around. It's just nowhere near as big as it was. Let's see. He goes into a bit of the stories. So we have the Black Watch, the Green Bliss, Red River, the Golden Nile, and Babylon Blues. Along with another story called the White Cross. He's not trying to be too fancy when it comes to this particular Kickstarter, but I don't think he needs to. He's definitely gonna meet his goal. I'm not sure if I would fully compare it to Octopath Traveler, but I like where this is going, and yeah, if you happen to watch this and you feel like coming on to a stream full of shit posters, the doors to the temple are always open, my friend.
Yep, come on down, and that's another good thing. We're getting a lot. Apparently, after that interview with the creator of Virtue Signal, I believe his name is
William Dalebout.
Dalabout.
Mm-hmm.
It seems you're starting to get some offers.
Well, it's more of a case of me. It's more of a case of I started asking around if people wanted to do interviews. I've got a couple.
Yeah.
I've got a couple that I want to do. Because like I said, I want to try to do as best I can to expand the monastery and to really show the identity that I've tried to work towards building with it.
Right.
So, our next one is Against the Dark Master, which they have smashed their goal. They're only asking for 15 grand. They are a little over 26 grand right now, with 24 days to go.
Almost doubled. Yeah.
They'll probably get 35 to 40 by the time it's done.
Yeah.
This is very good shit here.
So they want to do a epic fantasy RPG inspired by fantasy sagas and a bit of heavy metal. They said, if you put together works like The Lord of the Rings and The Wheel of Time, sprinkled them with a little bit of Labyrinth, you remind me of the Babe, and Dragon Slayer, and put everything in a blender together with a healthy dose of classic heavy metal, you'll get a typical Against the Dark Master game session.
Hopefully you get to play this while listening to Black Sabbath.
Hopefully, yeah.
I'm not sure if Black Sabbath is the right band to be listening to.
The first two albums.
I'd say what you should be listening to is Electric Wizard.
Oh.
Early Black Sabbath, yeah, I could see that, but also Electric Wizard, Graveyard, Stone Jesus, that sort of thing. Instead of listening to classic heavy metal, what you should be focusing on is doom metal when it comes to this. Maybe a little bit of Ghost as well, although Ghost style is a bit more specific. Let's see. Let me go into a bit of how it's going. I definitely like it. I definitely enjoy its art style.
Oh my god.
What?
Okay. I just saw something on Twitter by Zentrax. I'm gonna put this in the council because this is just stupid. It's more this big insect has really lost it. Look at this shit.
What?
Yeah.
Just Why?
They don't like trolls eating meat. That's why.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on beyond that,
Yeah.
we're having fun right now.
Yeah.
Leos has got the right idea since he's brought up both Dio and 3 inches of blood. So it looks like they're using a D100 plus bonus versus a table approach.
Yeah.
I had thought that this was apparently one of the things that I was sold on with this was that it might be familiar to people who have played Rollmaster. I can see some bits of it, but it's not full on that, especially since I don't see a excessive amount of tables. But, and this is probably the reason they managed to meet their goal, they do have quick start rules. Which I have said, and I will continue to say, if you are running a game, you need quick start rules. No, not if you're running a game, but if you're doing a tabletop Kickstarter, and the quick start rules, 122 pages. So I'd definitely say they know what they're doing, and the vibe I get from the visual design very much reminds me of old Rollmaster, which I haven't run in a long time, and I will not be running because, oh, okay. Not only do they have a quick start, but they also have a sample adventure. Another thing that is invaluable. You'd. Let's see, and they're also doing a GM screen that looks pretty nice. Let's see. I'd say they know what they're dealing with when it comes to this one, and they already have some ideas about goals. I don't think they're going to get to the $50,000 goal. I'd say the furthest one they're going to get is 3,500, not 3,500, 35,000. And we have the staff who have names that I am not going to try and pronounce. Because I know that I'm going to screw it up. But I am detecting a significant absence of wokeness in this group.
Uh-oh. Did you say wokeness? Hold on, let me see.
When it comes to the team.
I don't know. Maybe a couple ones that look like soy beards, but nothing too egregious.
And given the style of game that they have, this is not something that the woke brigade would like at all, because, well, we already know woke. And Popo was saying, he said absence of wokeness, which I did. Remember, I am always there. I am very specific with my words. You should know this by now.
Oh my god! I thought I heard something else.
Yeah, put your motherfucking head back down. So, I'd say they've got something here.
You know what? I'll do you one better. I'm taking my ass to the bathroom.
Put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
All right, I'm trying to see if I can find the chart that it talks about comparing when it comes to the D100 roll. Okay, is that page 39? I think on this thing. Let's see. Okay, I see how it goes. This is not a roll under D100 system. Oh. You'd roll D100, add your character's modifiers, and compare it to a resolution table. if you and more specifically compare it to the subtract your total from the difficulty. So
you got
if
a
you get
resolution table.
yeah, so if you get 4 or less, that's a critical failure. In fact,
So you got to do some like freaking division or something.
no, not division. It says when a when when a skill roll is called, the GM must determine how difficult the task that is being attempted is, choosing a difficulty for it. The higher the difficulty, the higher the negative modifier associated with it. There's no theoretical limit to the difficulty of a skill roll, and thus the penalty associated with it. However, you can follow the guidelines. It has a guideline going from standard, which is a -0 modifier, and insane, which is -70. So that's the highest suggested difficulty. So here's the idea. If I'm rolling, I would set up a I would say that the difficulty is challenging, so that's a -10. So that's going to be a -10 modifier. You'd roll D100, add up any of the bonuses that you have from your character's stats and all that, and compare it to an action. Subtract that total from the difficulty, and compare that to a resolution table. 4 or less, that's a critical failure. 5 to 74, failure. 75 to 99, partial success. 100 to 174, success. And 175 or more, outstanding success.
Oh, so similar to the system that what we're doing, huh? A little bit, I'd say.
In some ways, yes, but we're both using 2d10s, but we're not using them the same way.
Oh yeah, using a D100, we're just using two D10s.
Mm-hmm. And of course, I'm heavily simplifying it, and yeah, this isn't quite. I don't see the pages upon pages of critical hit tables because Rollmaster pioneered critical hit tables, but there are also way too many of them. Like the old MERP books that I have had like 11 pages of critical hit tables.
Critical hit table. So basically, it's not like it's a simple critical that you hit double damage or anything. It's like different scenarios, huh?
Yes. Let me.
Oh boy.
Warhammer and Warhammer 40,000 roleplay do something similar, where in the case of the FFG 40K RPGs, they have multiple degrees of criticals for what type of body part is being hit and what type of weapon was used. Like you have one for cutting weapons, you have one for bashing weapons. You've got one for energy, you've got one for heat, that kind of thing.
All right. Back in a minute. I'm gonna take a naggy.
All right. Our next one is one that I'm sure that Shades would appreciate, and oh fuck, they didn't meet their funding. Well, shit. Then again, asking for 10,000 was probably shooting a bit too much for the sky. But I have to feel a bit bad because it's a Minnesota guy. He did say that he's going to be developing the project and he'll probably be trying again with a Kickstarter in the future. This little thing was called Cricket from the Stars, and apparently it had won Best Single Player at Indie Island this year. And the vibe that I get... And I think anybody who's a fan of Terraria or Stardew Valley might get a kick out of this. You definitely have a little bit of that vibe, and very much an old school vibe in general. Especially since you have magic effects, and you also have a bit of cooking. It's a bit of a shame that this thing didn't make it. But it'll probably be back. In fact, I'd almost guarantee it would be. And yeah, everything that I've seen out of this gives me a very Terraria vibe, which I have no problem with. And the last one that we have is one that I found out about because it was on Reaching Golden Eagle's stream recently. 7 Legions. Where an orphan becomes a samurai, and then we get into then we get into a bit more of space fantasy. So they are currently asking for 3,000. They've got 2 days left. I'm hoping they can make it, but we'll see. And they did put a preview of issue 1. They are trying to do this to get the funding for issue 2 of this project. And the vibe that I'm seeing out of this comic, I like a bit of sci fantasy, and it looks like that's what we're getting from this. And I also appreciate that the writers and artists have no problem with what some of the idiots on Fatal and Friends call unfortunate female art. But I like what I'm seeing. I can definitely say that. And I think he may have struck a little bit too high, but he'll learn. And Aaron is still muted. He's still probably in the bathroom. So I'm going to start killing time as much as humanly possible. So the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. But that's what we've got for the spotlight. Next up will be a bit of news worth covering. Now, I had to do a bit of a audible on this one because at the time, and welcome back. You missed out on the last two spotlights, and hello there, Adek. So
anything anything spicy?
Not yet. Although seven legions looks interesting.
Okay.
But what we have now is a bit of an audible, because when I first put up the thing about Rockman, or rather Mega Man Battle Network 4.5 getting a translation patch, that was still not out yet. Now it's out.
Oh.
So Battle Network 4.5 Real Operation has now gotten a translation patch.
Oh, that was quick. I guess they were seconds away. They're hours away from finishing it when you looked at it.
They were days away from putting the thing out. Now it's out.
Yeah.
I will post the link in Vidya for anyone who's curious. So I'd advise grabbing it before Capcom gets pissy. To which I have to say,
oh yeah,
we wouldn't be this pissy if you would have released this legitimate.
Yeah, since you won't do that, fair enough. But now you're going to prevent this again. That's like the whole Disney Vault situation with Fox.
Yeah,
putting all the classic movies in their vault because they want to release it to make money, and B, they're probably going the Pitchford route with that one.
Yep. Now this next one is a bit of art, but I wanted to showcase this. Somebody made a wooden topographical map of the map in Breath of the Wild.
Oh, this looks good. Yeah, I heard about this.
And I gotta say, that is it. That is an impressive amount of detail.
Yep.
And I do also love that they did that. It was a that it was a 3D kind of map instead. He could have just done this as a 2D map and probably would have been impressive enough. But the fact that he did a full-on 3D style map of this.
Oh, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm already not in a good mood, so don't make me regret coming in here.
But let's see, next we have a bit of an update regarding the Kyoto Animation survivors. The majority of them are now back to work. 27 out of the 33 employees have returned to work at the studio, according to Kyoto NP. The arsonist behind the attack remains in custody. He has been making steps towards physical recovery because apparently he got caught in his own fire.
Oops.
And it's I think it's also it was a bit of unfortunate timing that Fire Force came out around this was out around the same time was airing when this whole thing happened, but considering how firefighters are viewed in Japan, it's probably the best thing that could have been done.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm very glad they finally got back to work here. I mean, yeah, it's been swear to God. At some point, you gotta stop mourning. Because they got. I bet you 10-1 they got like a massive backlog because of this BS. You know.
Well, there was at least one movie I know that they're working on a Violet Evergarden movie, which if you see that, make sure no one's peeling on. If you see Violet Evergarden, make sure no one's peeling onions in the back. Yeah. But that got put into limbo until it was announced that yes, it will be releasing. And beyond that, they're probably going to be working on other projects in the future, especially with all the support that they had gotten when this whole thing happened.
Okay.
And I do think it's a sign of integrity that they did not that all the money that was spent that was sent towards them for donations, that was put towards the victims of the arson attack instead of putting it towards any sort of business recovery.
That sounds pretty good.
I'd like to hope they haven't lost. There's still a lot of damage done, and I'd imagine that the guy responsible is going to get his ass kicked in trial. But we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, because like I said, I would say in the next year or two, if they release out something big, it'll be one hell of a comeback story.
Mm-hmm. So next, we have another. Now, hopefully, we're not dealing with the woke brigade on this, but we have a bit of what seems like a bit of steampunk and a bit of SF boxing series called Levius, and this thing before it even got adapted was already having a bit of a rough go because of the fact that the magazine that it was originally published on, midway through publication, got canceled.
Oof.
So they had to jump to a whole new magazine and effectively rebuild their audience through that.
Yeah. Considering how they've been going after anime, I'm sure those woke assholes are gonna get involved.
The only real concern that I'm having with this is twofold. One, who developed it, and the fact that people are kind of iffy about CG anime after the whole Berserk thing. I've defended it because I do think it can work, and Kawajiri has shown for the last decade that he can make it work.
Mhm.
The problem that I have personally is that I think way too many people are going to compare this with Megalobox, and that's not fair.
Yeah, but then again, guess where it's released at? Friggin'
I'm
Netflix.
not gonna write it off just because it's released on Netflix, but here's the problem that I do see happening.
Yeah.
The chief director is Hiroyuki Seshita,
Hmm.
who's responsible for the Blame movie as well as one of the Godzilla anime trilogy. Which
Oh,
the Godzilla anime did not quite work, in my opinion. I know it is a divisive topic. I am well aware of that, but no, it didn't vibe with me.
hmm.
But that's not the only thing we got out of it. The other matter is a Ghost in the Shell that's being directed by Shinji Aramaki.
Ooh.
And
Impressive.
people have
Sorry
been,
about that, guys. I had to keep my headphones off.
yeah, no worries, man.
Almost broke the dog and had to put dishes away.
Um, people have been getting really pissy about this because of the fact that it's doing CG instead of doing 2D. But you brought in Shinji Aramaki. That's kind of what he does.
Yeah, that's his field. Not to mention, standalone Recon was like two and a half, 2.5D
Yeah,
for
look, yeah,
standalone complex.
yeah. It looks good. I mean, come on. Would it make you
Yeah.
feel better? Would it make you feel better if freaking Cal Arts was doing this shit?
Besides, Production IG specializes in CG.
I wouldn't say they're a specialist because Production IG is a
Well,
general purpose.
that's what they've been starting to branch into.
Mhm.
Well, like I said, there's a lot of people that's pretty much against the CG move. But you know what? If it's executed well, I have no problem.
And
Yeah.
Same here.
all we have right now is a
Okay,
teaser.
Zaltrax.
All we have right now is a teaser, and that's it. It's way too early to cast any judgments because we don't even have a full trailer.
Yeah.
Um, I would like to hope that they bring in some of the old voice talent for its dub, but I don't even know if it's even gonna get dubbed. The only problem that I'm having is Shinji Aramaki, I love you, man, but you really need to dial it back because
Yeah,
you're working on
yeah.
this, you're working on Blade Runner Black Lotus. You were working on the Saint Seiya thing that ended up getting a lot of backlash, although that wasn't your fault.
That was that was due to the fact that they gender bent Shun.
And you were working on the Ultraman anime.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's what we call burnout imminent. You
Oh
better
yeah.
back it away a little.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, look, don't turn into Yasuko Kobayashi is all I'm saying.
No, 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 no.
Oh no.
All right. So next, one of my favorite non-Dread stories to come out of 2000 AD is getting a trade. Slain the Horned God.
Nice.
Which this is, and I will admit a bit of bias because, well, Irish. But
Yeah.
this is one of the most popular. But the Slain book is is one of the more popular entries out of 2000 AD. Now, a lot of people know 2000 AD through Judge Dredd, but the thing you have to keep in mind is that publication is kind of an anthology style book. It's kind of like a British version of Weird Tales.
Yeah. Besides, Tir Nog is always a fun.
Mm-hmm. Now I don't know what the price is going to be, but it's going to be about 208 It's going to be about 208 pages, and this is it's probably going to be a bit of a price because this is to mark the 30th anniversary of the book.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That justifies it.
It did get an RPG version a while back, but I'm not running it because that was during the D20 bubble. And
Yeah,
I'd like to
I hope.
I'd like to hope this thing doesn't get popular enough that people don't start asking about doing a D&D adaptation again, because you know what that will end up with.
Oh God! Another thing. I hope they don't make the same mistake Marvel did back in the '90s, putting bunch fucking collectors like one of those collector covers on for this one.
I don't
that
see
would be.
I don't see them doing that, and more importantly, I don't think 2000 AD has the kind of budget to do that.
No.
Thank God.
Plus, they don't really do 2000 AD doesn't really do gimmick covers with the Judge Dredd trades that they've done, so I think you're safe there.
Good.
Now for the next one, I have to ask you one important question. Do you feel lucky?
Domino's Japan, what the fuck have you done?
First
Yeah,
off,
well, so-
this is tame compared to some of the shit that I've seen fast food chains do when they get into Japan.
Yeah. So basically they come up with a spin the wheel, make the deal pizza.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Even though I will give them this in terms of Scoville scale. This is worse than the Tsundere pizza that they did, which was just cheese and jalapenos.
Oh boy.
But
I'll have milk on standby.
Yeah,
I
milk
will.
milk and gloves for this if you pick.
Oh yeah,
random
and
spice.
stay away from your face.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest, if they did this thing in the States, I would totally buy this for a Halloween party.
Because of course it's you.
Oh,
It was like you have eight normal slices, but one of them is spiked with a small amount of ghost pepper. And I think what's devious is the fact that they don't outright put the ghost pepper on the thing. It's just got a little bit of the juice.
Yeah, it's just a slight bit of sauce.
a little bit of the juice will still make you go get a jug
Oh
of
yeah,
water.
yeah.
Although, okay, here's something I found kind of amusing in the article. Ghost peppers have been mixed with grease and smeared on fences as a deterrent for elephants in some African and Asian countries.
Yeah, they do that in India. They do that in India. They do that in India on their prison.
It's some sort of freaking repellent or something.
Oh, I see how they do. I see how they do it. They inject the juice into the thing.
Oh
boy!
Oh, that's worse.
Oh boy!
Look at that ghost pepper deterrent. I suggest we do that in all the prisons. That way we'd have less people getting out.
Nope.
Nah, they'll find another way.
People who want to get out will get very, very, very creative.
Fair enough.
So next, now this one made me happy in my head place. As soon as the thing will load, because for whatever reason this happens whenever I'm streaming. So, you know how during the E3 special we talked about a Panzer Dragoon remake coming to the Switch? Well, it's also coming for the Steam, but the release date is sometime in the winter. So who knows when that's going to happen?
I think you have an idea for a future Monastery arcade.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, Monastery Gaming.
I do. And I do have to make one small request. If this takes off, Sega, would you mind doing this with Panzer Dragoon Saga so that I don't have to break the fucking bank? I have played 1 and I've played Orta. I've wanted to play 2 and Saga, but Saga is ridiculously expensive.
And hard to find.
Yeah.
Well, if this does well, you might get it.
One can hope. Even if it's and now this is one of the cases where I wish that we had Doku on, and where the hell is he?
Yeah,
because we've gotten some more footage for Kingdom Under Fire 2, and a proper release date. November 14th.
So about 3 weeks.
Yep. Because last week they showed some of the close range. They showed some of the close range combat that is very Musou inspired. For this newest trailer, they're showing the large scale fights.
Ooh.
Nice.
Big ass scorpions.
Yep, as well as showing some of the classes. And yeah, this is a very Musou inspired game. I can definitely see that. Although maybe I should be making comparisons to Basara instead of Musou.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah. But still.
But yeah, and now that you can see it, you can go. It goes from a Musou style game, but you can zoom back and go and turn it into an RTS.
Mm-hmm.
I like where this is going. This is a bold thing that we don't see all that often.
Yeah.
I'll probably have to mess around with the graphics so I don't get too much in the way of slowdown. But if they play this right, they might be onto something special here.
Oh yeah.
No, definitely.
I'm trying to think of the last time we had a game that did this, as far as mixing an RTS with an action game. The only one I can really think of is Brutal Legend, honestly.
Yeah.
Don't remind me of Tim Schafer.
What? I like Brutal Legend. Fuck you.
Brutal Legend is an okay game, but fuck Tim Schafer.
Oh, fuck him,
Right.
but at least he gave me one good game. At least
Anyway.
one before he decided to go woke. So next, they're doing a cartridge special edition for a Switch port for both The Lion King and Aladdin.
Time for young gamers these days to suffer.
Now the question we have,
and for experienced players who own these games to actually play these properly, considering you can change the difficulty on both of these games.
So that begs the question: is there a urinalist mode?
Okay, so apparently
I
for
don't
the
even
apparently
get what he
for
said there.
apparently for Aladdin,
Journalists, game journalists.
Okay,
Anyway.
at first I thought, wait, are they just going to do the NES version of both?
This NES
Nope.
version.
Turns out I'm wrong. So not only are we doing the we're doing the NES and Genesis versions of both games, which means
However,
the
Lion King is the only one to seem to be getting a limited edition yellow cartridge, but that might not be the case.
Yeah, and besides, I don't think they're going to go for the Super NES version of Land because wasn't that developed by Capcom?
I think this is a case where they're swappable.
Yeah. I just have to point out that if they are truly doing the Genesis version of Aladdin, that is going to make me so happy in my head place because
it is looking like they are doing the Genesis version of Aladdin because I'm seeing the limited edition. It's in a Genesis style cartridge in
it's in the
And normally when it comes to this sort of thing, that wouldn't be a factor, but with Aladdin, the Genesis and SNES versions are effectively two different games.
Yeah.
The SNES version plays much more like an easier Prince of Persia.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Aladdin is a bit of an action platformer and also fucking hard.
Yes.
Yeah, you can actually use a weapon.
If I remember correctly, I think I actually still have this cartridge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, translucent ruby red and
Yeah, because
Purple glow in the dark.
in Aladdin, the Genesis version, yeah, you can actually use a damn sword. Because you know what you
think
get.
I think I like the music in the Genesis version of Aladdin a lot better.
Yeah, because I had the SNES version of Aladdin. Guess what your weapon was?
Hopping.
Nothing.
Apples.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
apple. Yeah, the throwable apples. I've seen gameplay of that. That is annoying and unfair.
Now, don't get me wrong. It's serviceable. That's not bad. It's serviceable, but the Genesis one is definitely the superior one.
Yeah, and
Genesis does, but Nintendo don't.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Siberian's going. Why does does the monkey have a sword? You idiot! We've all got swords.
We all got swords. I'm actually kind of disappointed that the live-action Aladdin did not include that scene.
Well,
Yeah,
that's because that scene would have upstaged the film, and we couldn't have Will Smith being upstaged.
Yeah.
That it's made.
Even though I actually like that movie, wasn't that bad?
That because modern day Disney.
So the next thing, Muv-Luv, which is one of the most well-regarded visual novels, even today, recently celebrated its 20th anniversary. So, Giuseppe had done a few things on the matter. One is an action RTS fan game that he came across, and that it was shown. And I'm trying to see if I can get some better photo. And something that I find interesting regarding the mech design in the Muv-Luv series. The reason they go for a more detailed design is they were inspired by the writer was inspired by real life fighter jets for his designs. But yeah, Giuseppe did a piece on the Muv-Luv series, which I will possibly link later. And for a fan game, this whole wave defense thing that's going on here, not too bad. Apparently, there is another visual novel in the works, as well as possibly a proper game. But I will link his piece on the thing a bit later. There's also the fact that for one of the visual novels, when they needed to get an opening theme, they somehow managed to get fucking Jam Project to help out.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, wasn't that Gong?
No, Gong was for Super Robot Wars. But yeah, they apparently have plans on doing games as well as an anime. So that'll be fun to see. And if fortunately each of the current visual novels in that series are available on Steam. I'd like to hope that they do a bundle in the future. So we'll see. But yeah, as well as a new visual novel called Integrate. The next thing that we found out is Suda51 and Swery are teaming up for a game called Hotel Barcelona.
Huh.
This is interesting because I think this is the first time that Swery's been involved in game development in years.
News to me.
Apparently, they were working on a PlayStation VR game, but that got canned. Probably a good thing.
Right.
But it says, in 2018, the pair decided to make a game together, but would forget ideas they discussed after getting drunk.
Okay, that's good. That is fucking
Yeah.
The collaboration will be a horror game called Hotel Barcelona, which he came up with in a half-hour brainstorm before they went live.
Oh boy!
Wow.
You know what? Hold on. Let's see here.
To be honest, I'm giving him that one, considering Japanese developers are known to think on their feet.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what? That deserves a cheers.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
A little bit of the bubbly.
Cheers.
That's the cheers button from now on.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Now, it's not set in stone, but it's looking like the publisher might be Devolver Digital, which makes perfect sense to me because
Of
yeah.
course.
let's be honest, they'd be the kind of crazy motherfuckers who would not only sign on that but throw money at these two.
They're
Oh,
batshit insane,
Yeah,
and of course,
of Devolver Digital, they're fucking hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
But they had tweeted, "Gonna need Suda51 and Swery65 to pitch us this mysterious game they're supposedly publishing. Name a time and place, gentlemen." But they talked about a bunch of ideas, so it sounds like there's nothing concrete in the works yet. But the fact that you're getting two of the biggest madmen you can find in the Japanese gaming scene and putting them in the room together, this is either going to be a complete circus, or this is going to be something amazing. There is no middle ground.
Both. Could be both.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it could be both.
And speaking of which, THQ Nordic is launching a subsidiary in Japan. So they want to get into helping Japanese developers publish.
And the name is literally just slapping Japan onto their base name.
Although I do like the logo they put together, which is nice little painted version of the Japanese flag. The new branch is led by Yuji Kato, and it is their second international distribution outlet, aside from the U.S. branch they launched in 2012.
THQ Nordic Japan. I wonder if they're trying to what you call it, trying to court a certain developer that decided to leave 2K in the dust.
That seems to be what THQ Nordic seems to be trying to do. Trying to grab everybody that 2K and similar companies fucked over, and saying, "Hey, why don't you come work with us?"
Yeah, but
besides
managing directors Yuji, the regular managers Junko Kato, and the project manager is Hiroshi Ogawa.
Mm-hmm.
I would say it's more like getting the band back together, because they brought Volition back into the fold a while back.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention Yuji Kato has nearly 20 years of industry experience, so he knows what he's doing.
So it's now. I am.
Could you say that THQ Nordic is on a mission from God?
Wow.
You know, I would pass judgment on that, but I was in a suit a few months ago, so I can't talk. But
I see what you did there, Meldra. Anyway.
So next, you know how a few weeks ago we had that whole piece where we talked about Ninja explaining why he ditched Twitch and went over to Mixer? Well, we got a similar case now with Shroud.
Yeah, someone decided to someone decided to nope out of Twitch as well.
Mm-hmm. Now he's mostly known in the CS:GO scene, but he's done other shooters, namely PUBG, Apex Legends, Fortnite, and a bunch of different COD games. So I wouldn't be surprised if eventually Dr. Disrespect ends up following suit in this kind of thing.
Yeah, there's gonna be an exodus from Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he said, quote, "I just thought it was the best move for my career, straight up. I was nervous about the but I was nervous about being here for the first day for some reason. After the first day, I'm chilling, But I just knew 100% this is it. This is my decision. It's the best decision, and I'm doing it. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's my move. You get a free sub on Mixer, so you get your Twitch sub back, really. Apparently, he pulled an, according to Dexter Toe, which is looking to be another part of my research arsenal, because they've been, despite my opinion on esports, they've been pretty good when it comes to reporting. When playing Modern Warfare 2019, he peaked at 78,000. While playing, he managed to get about 67,000, and he peaked at close to 250,000.
Nice.
So apparently when he moved in, you had a lot of movement on Mixer. But according to Games Industry, they saw a 10.6 decline in total hours watched during the third quarter, whereas Twitch saw a 4.5 increase in total hours watched. But hours streamed did decline. I'm not sure what we'll probably not figure out what that's gonna mean until a few months down the line. But
well, I think I know what it's gonna mean. Twitch is gonna get even more saltier.
I would not be surprised if they do some. Now, Shroud doesn't have as much of a reach as Ninja, but I get the feeling that Mixer was not as anal about the kind of things he could do outside of streaming, which was one of the main reasons why Ninja left.
Oh yeah. Anyway, Mildred, I've added something into the Gazette. I think you should tack that onto news because this is really good.
Okay, what do we got here? Okay, I'll address this quickly. Now, I'm taking this with a grain of salt, but apparently the actress for the Resident Evil 2 remake would be interested in returning for a potential Code Veronica X remake.
Yeah, the voice actress for Claire.
I like where this is going, and I would be down with that. But big ass grain of salt.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're thinking they might not make a Code Veronica X remake.
I'm saying I'll believe it when I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. First, I think they should make a Resident Evil 3 remake.
They need to make a Nemesis. Yeah,
do Nemesis first, then do Code Veronica.
Yeah, I would honestly say Nemesis is what they're going to be doing next, because when you think about it, does the use of Mr. X in the remake feel like them doing a backdoor pilot for that kind of thing?
Yeah, I can see it.
And besides,
especially considering how frequently he popped up during the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Resident Evil 3 extremely underrated.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one. So you know how last week we talked about a Alien game that's using GZ Doom? Now we have another Alien game, and what's more impressive about this one, called Hope for the Future, this is a one-man show.
Really?
Ooh.
And when it comes to looking at the trailer, for a one-man project, this is impressive.
Let's have a look here. No shit.
I'm checking it out myself.
This is all done by one fucking guy.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
Damn. It must have taken him a long time to get that shit sorted.
Yeah.
I definitely see it. And the vibe that I get from this is that this is probably going to be the closest thing we get to a follow-up to Isolation. It's not going to be as detailed as Isolation, but given that Creative Assembly doesn't have any plans to do it, mostly because, or rather, their statement is, we'd love to do an Isolation 2, but whenever we've asked, Fox and probably now Disney have told us no.
Yeah, definitely no, cause fuck Disney. Anyway, and besides, this takes place on Hadley's Hope.
Yeah.
So wouldn't there be multiple aliens?
It looks like they are kind of doing that, and there's going to be a whole lot of going through events. This is very much trying to do the This is doing the survival thing more than the Alien game we saw beforehand.
Yeah, but still, this is on Hadley's Hope, and if I can recall, aliens. Well, let's just say it wasn't one alien terrorizing everybody. It was a fucking army of these motherfuckers.
Right. Yeah.
Now,
So,
both as far as which one I'm not going to compare the two Alien projects that we've seen because I do think that is I don't think that's entirely fair because one of them is doing a class-based FPS and the other one is clearly doing a survival game.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like that we've covered now three separate projects, and apparently he's been developing this thing for the last 2 years.
mm-hmm.
Damn.
Wow.
That's impressive for a solo project.
Oh yeah.
But what I think this is also a telltale sign of is, look, you can have what I think is equally as important when it comes to graphics. It's not just graphical fidelity, but also having good lighting. There's a reason. This is the reason why Fear is one of my personal favorite FPS. Even though back in the day that thing was going to melt your graphics card. Nowadays you could run it on a modern potato, but yeah, apparently they're doing a sim with elements of survival horror and tactics. Set in Hadley's Hope, before and during the Xenomorph incident. You'll play as one unnamed unnamed colonist as they attempt to survive the outbreak. There will be 3 other characters players will be able to play as, and they will be released in the demo. You have to collect supplies from you and other colonists while avoiding xenomorphs. And different situations with different solutions. For example, needing to barricade a specific territory to stay safe for a night, or you can defend this territory from xenomorphs. So it's looking like this is going to be a survival horror, but with some really, really hard choices.
Yeah.
So next, Romance of the Three Kingdoms 14 is set for a Western release. February 28th.
Nice.
And it is coming in through Steam. We are getting it a month after the Japanese do.
What's up, bitches?
Hey there,
Eddie, how you doing, man?
You missed me completely losing my mind due to OBS fucking with me twice.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
We had a case where it decided to cut...
Yeah, go ahead.
We had a case where it cut me out after 6 minutes, and then we had a case where audio wasn't working because the update apparently fucked up my setup, so I can't use my soundboard tonight.
No. Tell you what.
Go ahead, Shades.
Tell you what. If you need to, send me the buttons for the quartet, and I'll have them queued up.
I have the buttons. Don't worry.
All right, we're good.
Sticking around tonight.
Yeah, not to mention at one point, when we were doing take 2, the elapsed time was -2 seconds.
Oh, God, Lord. Anyway, let's get back on topic here.
Okay, so the last thing that we covered is the Western release for Romance of the Three Kingdoms 4. I think that'll be a nice entry. And also, I have to correct something that I said yesterday regarding the Aladdin Lion King Switch ports. The Genesis version of Aladdin is coming in that package.
Nice.
So like I said, Shades, you don't have to worry about throwing apples.
Not unless you want to. Apparently they're doing both.
Oh, they're doing both? How do they sort that out with Capcom?
Apparently they're doing both.
Well,
I mean,
Apparently they're doing both.
How do they sort that out with Capcom?
Well, I don't think Capcom needs any more bad PR after the spanking they had gotten during the Street Fighter V stuff.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
And as far as Infinite, I'm blaming half of that on Marvel being idiots.
Of course.
Next, a what's being called a narrative-focused turn-based strategy game called The Protagonist EX1 has been announced.
Narrative based. Uh-oh.
Let's see. It's supposedly heading to Steam sometime next year. And the vibe is you're a member of a strike team that boarded an alien ship as part of a mission. And shit goes worse.
Sounds like something out of System Shock.
Yep.
Although the look that I'm seeing when it comes to this little gameplay teaser, I'm not getting a System Shock vibe. I am getting a XCOM vibe.
Yeah, I kind of see that. Yeah. So storyline is System Shock, gameplay is XCOM. Not a bad combination.
Hopefully they don't have the kind of RNG that XCOM has.
Yeah, God no.
Yeah, 90% chance of hit, 95% chance of hitting an alien. You still missed.
At point fucking blank.
Point blank range. I mean, come on. What, are your soldiers the fucking Kehoe brothers?
Although here's something I find interesting when it comes to the features. A martial arts combat system. That is interesting because with a lot of these kind of games, the emphasis is on range combat more than it is melee. And the fact that they're doing this along with a action point system, the XCOM comparison might not be as on point as I initially thought. The next we have a trailer for a top-down shooter called Superverse that, as I mentioned in the docket, they're introducing a bit of time travel into the mix. But I've always had a soft spot for top-down shooters, although this one is less Raiden and more asteroids.
Oh.
Given you've got a full 3D setup and you're probably going to have to deal with thruster management. It doesn't seem it's a top-down shooter, but it doesn't seem to be a rail shooter.
So it's not something like Truxton or anything like that.
No.
But the thing here is though, at least it won't be a bullet hell.
Yeah.
No, but I can bring that in if you want.
Nope.
Although, Shades, one of the things you missed was the Domino's roulette pizza, which unfortunately is a Japan exclusive because I would so
I've
that
seen
out.
it though.
Yep,
I saw that though.
It's spin the wheel, make a deal, pizza edition.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, all of them are nice and tasty. One of them is super duper fucking spicy. I've seen it.
Yep. Also, since we covered this a few weeks ago, Narcos Rise of the Cartels is getting a release date proper. November 19th on PS4 and PC, November 21st on the Switch, and November 22nd on Xbox One. Not sure why they're doing separate release dates for each.
Okay, here we go.
Oh.
Here we go. You know what we're talking about, Narcos? You know what I gotta do.
Well, that's a new one.
Well, that's always been the theme song to Narcos.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a button I'm using.
Okay.
Now, while the protagonist is debatable whether or not it's doing the XCOM thing, Narcos definitely is.
Oh hell yeah! I'm gonna give this game a shot.
Man, a lot of games doing this the XCOM style gameplay.
If they're doing XCOM style with Narcos in it, fuck it. I'm getting in on this. See if it's any good.
Mm-hmm. I still haven't seen the show, so I can't comment on how accurate it's going to be to that. But
well, I have. I'll let you know what it is.
Mm-hmm. Although if they're doing, but hopefully we do not have a instance of XCOM RNG.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to do that crap.
And there was also somebody who asked me, "Do you think if we're dealing with XCOM, do you think somebody's going to do a long war mod for this?" And like, no.
I hope to God they do.
No.
I hope to God they do.
No, I don't. I don't feel like dealing with that pain again.
I hope to God they do. Long War playing XCOM Long War. That shit'll make a man out of you.
Yeah, I know.
Imagine
I've done it twice.
In the first Long War, taking on a big ass chrysalid. Oof.
But with that said, it's time we get to the good shit.
All right, here we go, baby.
There we go.
Good Brother Shades, play us in.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bar is open. It's time for Mildred the Monk's Geek of the Week.
And of course, to start us off, we must do the tradition. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for your drinking anthem.
Chin chin.
School!
School!
Where's my liquor? Sound the yellow horn!
All right. Iowa man.
So, do you know what Iowa is an acronym for?
What?
Idiots out walking around.
Oh!
Do you know what they call duct tape?
That's a good one. Gentlemen, Monk, that's perfect. That's a perfect description of Seth Rollins right now.
Also, I'm gonna do you one just as good. Omayowo Mashinderu.
That actually works.
I know, right?
But hey, come on, give Seth Rollins a break.
No.
Vince McMahon's only doing to him what he did to frickin' Roman Reigns.
Nope. No simpy.
No, dude. After the shit
Simpy.
talk with Will Ospreay, now he's going after Jim Ross.
Oh yeah,
No fucking
Now,
simpy.
now you stepped in it. No simpy.
No fucking simpy. I am sorry.
I'm gonna need you to prep the Roshi button because I do love what Jim Ross's response to that matter was, and he didn't get too spicy, but he had one, because Jim Ross is too nice for the business, but he had one little jab that was perfect, saying Seth Rollins is a really good worker, and maybe someday he'll get as over as his girlfriend.
Oh!
Yeah, play it.
For that one.
And then, anyway, so this is a case of what the fuck were you thinking? And
Answer: he wasn't.
Yeah, define thinking for this man.
a 20-year-old man tried to use the McLovin ID to get into a bar in Iowa City.
Now the thing here is this.
Why?
Now here's the deal. He's either really stupid or he's trying to use it as a gag.
Hanlon's razor.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm calling Hanlon's razor on this one.
Yep, and
So
it was a fake Hawaii ID card with the name McLovin and a birth date of June 3rd, 1981. He apparently bought it on Amazon.
What? He bought it?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. And all I gotta say for that, boys, is simply put, Homer Simpson said it best to Bart. Come on, son. A D turns into a B so well. You just got greedy.
Yeah. Here's now, like I said, again, I think like I said, it's not out of the realm of possibility he did this as a gag, but maybe the gag did. But in this case, the gag did backfire, so Hanlon's ratio might still applies.
Yeah.
Apparently, according to the authorities, he smelled strongly of ingested alcohol and had slurred speech and bloodshot, watery eyes. So he was fucking loaded.
He was already pre-gamed.
Drink for stupidity.
He was also wearing a wristband from the bar.
Oh my god! Really?
Oh yeah, that is definitely
stupidity.
Stupidity. Oh, motherfucker.
You know what?
Jesus Christ.
You know what? This guy's an idiot. I'm banishing him to Detroit.
No! No, not Detroit! No! No, please! Anything but that!
No. Actually, because all things considered, if he's pulling this shit, I think that'd be an upgrade for him.
Yeah.
The next. Now this is good. This is good news, but I had to point out this bit of self-ownage. So a few days before this story happened, Polygon puts out an article stating that Ghibli films will not be on Net. They said, "Will Miyazaki's films ever be on Netflix or Disney Plus?" And they claimed that they won't. And they said that on the 17th. So 5 days later, they ends up going. Studio Ghibli's films end up going on streaming? Actually, no, it was 2 days later. They would be coming to HBO Max.
Again, drink for stupidity.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, the idiots came out to play this week.
Yep.
And apparently, Polygon is butthurt that G Kids did not inform them of this change. Like, it's like, what are you talking about? We informed journalists. Yeah, so why didn't you inform us? That's because we informed journalists.
Yeah, I hear. Yeah, good call. Yeah, that's the world's smallest violin. There it is.
Laying out my violin for this bullshit.
Yep, world's smallest. There it is. Yep.
Poor you, Polygon.
Oh, I wish they'd actually said that. That'd have been brilliant.
They probably didn't say that, but that's probably what they were thinking.
Yeah.
But then there was this particular thing, and I have to ask, this whole thing with the ending for Stars Align, did this end up getting brought up on the Anime Mavericks?
No, it did not. And I
retweeted some of these, and yeah.
Though, then again, if this happened this last week, we didn't have Anime Mavericks, so I'm going to be looking for that on ANN and putting that on my docket.
I need to put. You know what? I got to put these. Do we have a side to side to see if this is a stretch or not?
In fact, we do. Now, for those who aren't aware, a tennis anime called Stars Align is being accused of ripping off dance moves from Japanese choreographers. Which this feels like deja vu, because didn't we go through this thing several months ago with Fortnite?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Vuja Day.
And it's
that's pretty close, but it didn't have the movement. It didn't have the movements that the.
Yeah, I'm gonna call jury's out on that one, man. That's
here's the problem, though.
Similar, but
whether or not it's now, I'm not sure how much this is going to fly in Japanese copyright law, because I'm a poor layman as it is when it comes to U.S. copyright law. So when it comes to Japanese, that's a. Oh, we got one more. But here's what. But here's the thing. Dance moves are not are not really copyrightable, except for very specific circumstances.
Yeah, a single dance move is very hard to copyright. The only thing you can really copyright is an entire routine. Hell, even Matt Pat, take or leave it, pointed out that only a couple of the Fortnite dances could even be considered copyrightable.
Yeah, this is way too much of a stretch. I mean, number one, you can't copyright dance moves. Number two, unless it's part of like a high school, like for instance, it's got to be like we're talking like a Michael Jackson routine, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It can't be a single move, but a series of moves might be a little more gray area, is the best way to put it. Like the Carlton dance, because it's just literally back and forth in one motion, that can't be copyrighted. But something like the one from Scrubs that was used, that was a more intricate series of moves that could be considered copyrightable. That's what we're looking at here.
Yeah, but like I said, this is just too vague. I don't see them having a case.
I
mean, yes, the moves are similar, but you know what? It's vague enough to be that doubtful.
It would be a fight in court, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
My prediction on this sort of thing is that we're going to see some sort of out of court settlement. I don't think there's going to be. I will make it noted if there is an update, but I don't see it happening.
Yeah.
So God damn it, Rooster Teeth! Can you do anything right lately?
Of course not.
Apparently not, Monk Builder of the Monk. Apparently fucking not.
Jesus Christ. This is one of those cases where I'm gonna need to break out a certain Homer gag. So, Genlock is getting a season 2.
That's good.
Good.
Okay.
But it's being a timed exclusive for HBO Max for 6 months.
That's bad.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I heard it was like 90 days, so only like maybe 3 months.
That's 3 months.
That's
Really?
months. Yeah, it's 3 months, and whether it's 3 months or 6 months, that doesn't matter. The fact is, this is going to piss off the Rooster Teeth subreddit is already pissed off as it is. Aside from some of the white knights who are refugees of the Ruby subreddit, which is complete cancer.
Oh God, yeah.
I on the one hand, I think I know why this happened, and I'm the kind of guy that explains but rarely justifies. So my thinking is that probably, considering the amount of money it probably costs to make this show, given the voice talent they have, I'm willing to bet HBO had to cut a deal with HBO to make the money they needed to even make season 2. Not saying it's a good idea, but I'm thinking they may not have had a choice.
The thing that's gotten the Rooster Teeth subreddit pissed is they're asking, well, if you're going to go and do this, what the hell is the point of us even paying money for Rooster Teeth first?
Yeah, I'm not saying, again, that's why I'm not justifying this, because that is still a dumb decision given that.
Yep. It's also symptomatic of what's going on with streaming services. Because now you got to even get everything you want, you gotta like buy at least 5 fucking streaming services, which is why I always say, "Where's my rum?"
Yeah.
Where's my liquor?
No. Where's the rum? He was implying something there, and I caught it.
Now,
anyway,
this is probably not going to affect us. This is probably not going to affect us as much because I get the feeling that, well, actually, you want to know what's probably going to make this worse? That I just realized. What about the timing when it comes to its inevitable return to Toonami? Can you imagine what would happen if it ends up going onto Toonami before it goes on Rooster Teeth first?
Oh,
there would be riots in the fucking streets,
and
that would be bad.
And I want to ask you, Rooster Teeth, with all of this problem, and you know how expensive this was, why the fuck did you make Vicious Circle?
Oh my god! You know, I wish this is why I wish your soundboards were, because there's a lot of salt here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. Do I have? Actually, I think I have that button.
Do you have the salt button, Shades?
Let me double check. Problem is, I've got so many goddamn buttons, I can't even keep track of them anymore.
Yeah, I have to. Yeah, I have to.
and ADEC is also bringing up Adventure Time going to HBO Max, which that's gonna have a similar problem because of the fact that a lot of people who are fans of that or probably ended up watching it on Cartoon Network, and Rooster Teeth has been in a chaotic state for the past 7 months. What with several high staff leaving, the whole thing where they up the price of Rooster Teeth first for no good reason. The chaos that's gone behind the scenes, especially with the staffing issues for RWBY, and the fact that they made a asymmetric FPS that nobody asked for. Like, seriously, who asked for Vicious Circle? That's the thing I keep coming back to, because at least with RWBY Grim Eclipse and Amity Arena and the deck building game, there was at least a market for that because it's adapting a popular IP. But
Yeah.
Vicious Circle was not based on an existing IP. It was wholly their own. And the question I'm asking is, who asked for this? I feel like I'm going back to dealing with Buck Rogers in the 25th century, which I want to make clear, and I'll probably cover that if I do a TSR month next year. Buck Rogers in the 25th century was not a bad RPG, but who the fuck was going to know who Buck Rogers was in 1988?
Oh my god!
Only some diehard pulp fans, basically.
I think I might also know one of the reasons why HBO got Genlock first. Is because everybody jumped ship after Game of Thrones ended.
Oh yeah, there's definitely some.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna throw out. If you don't mind, I'm gonna put my tinfoil hat on for a second, get conspiracy theory up in your faces
for it.
here.
Time for the hat.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Let me see if I can do this. Hold on.
Oh no. I'm giving Aaron ideas again. I'm afraid.
Okay.
What, are you looking for the X-Files theme?
Here, yeah, I'm looking for that. Where the fuck? I wish I had a button for this.
Dude, give me and Maddie enough time. We can make a button out of that. Don't.
Yeah, we could.
Better you don't, because we don't want to get sued by Disney.
With all that you were saying.
Damn ads! Fuck off! I was so eager to do this shit. It's like, fuck you, ad. Oh god. That's a fail. That's a major fail. You know what?
A shameful display.
Game fan, I'm not counting cross-tag battle in this because
okay,
because that's
it's
just a
time,
cameo.
Shades. Time to go conspiracy theory.
The truth is out there, folks. And here's my theory. With all of these streaming services suddenly popping up out of nowhere, wouldn't it be the kind of thing that these TV companies would be doing in order to kill streaming services completely? Because the whole point of cord cutting was to save money because cable got fucking expensive. But if all of these streaming services started popping up and all had different shows, meaning if you wanted to enjoy them all, you had to sign up and pay that much more money for all those services, how much you want to bet some of these people will decide to come back to cable?
Well, I think that's a sound theory here.
Exactly.
It's a sound.
Again,
It's a sound theory, and now is the point where I have to ruin everything.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
Hanlon's razor. Never assume malice when stupidity will do. I think that what's going on is a lot of people saw the success of Netflix and said, "I'll have a bit of that," and not realize what they're doing.
Yeah, you know what? But like I said, it ain't gonna mean everyone's going back to cable. You know what that means? Let's just say there's gonna be a lot more. There's gonna be a rum shortage.
Yeah.
Especially
no, I agree. I'm just saying what they might be thinking. And again, this is why it's a conspiracy theory. This is not like proven fact. And you're probably right. Hanlon's razor probably applies here, but still, gotta think for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it makes sense. But like I said, the results is not what they're going to be intended though.
No, absolutely not.
Again, like I said, that this is only going to mean a rum shortage.
Agreed. I'm just throwing it out there. Anyway, let's get back on track here.
And I think even the writer of the variety piece is admitting that this is going to end terribly for them, but
it will.
We will see, and of course they didn't announce a release date.
Yeah.
So it's
anyway.
I think they're really trying to push HBO Max as a heavy hitter, but it's a marathon, not a sprint. So next,
speaking of rum, we move on to champagne because we're going to need a lot of it. You want to know why?
Why?
Shippers. We're going to be christening some shippers.
Oh, Jesus. What the fuck, people?
Good God.
Yeah. I knew Shapes was going to go nuts.
Yep. Christen the ship, guys. We got dumbass shippers.
Why?
I dub thee the insufferable ship.
Look, I've had some back and forth discussions with Alti about shivers, and I want to make it clear. My issue is not with the concept on its own. My issue has always been with people who want to take their shippers, or let's be real here, their fetishes, because those are the shippers who end up being the worst, and try and force canonicity. That is the reason why I put. That is the reason why I put the Voltron Legendary Defender fan base on blast a while back, because I really did not like how they handled that whole situation.
There's two words I gotta say to these shippers. Porn exists.
Look, I am not against shipping in general. Hell, I like me some doujinshi from time to time. Not gonna lie. But the minute you try to force your ship as canon, get the fuck out.
Yep.
And you notice that it's always the ones that are the most insufferable are always the ones who want to make a very well-established, popular character some form of the alphabet people. Whether it be trying to insist that Samus is trans because of one quote that was mistranslated and taken out of context, and in this case, this was a mistranslation.
Yeah, it's that God, I forgot who are those two that they in South Park that they were trying to ship. I think they were making fun of shippers that episode.
Probably. There's also the... And Game Fan brings up a Gumball episode called The Shipping. I've never seen Gumball, so I can't comment on that. But there was that. There was the whole hashtag give Captain America a boyfriend. There was the...
Oh, okay, now I know who it is. It was Creek. Tweaking Craig.
Ah. Yeah, I think that episode was meant to make fun of Tumblr as a whole.
Yeah,
but
because
of a mistranslation, they decided to start pushing this idea that All Might is bi. Except what you have in front of you. This is the official translation. This looks like a scanlation from some place called Manga Stream that I've never been on. And of course, the source of the first image is a Tumblr blog called White Savior Complex.
Oh fucking Christ!
Drink! Yeah, fucking drink!
See,
you know what? I'll do you one better. Because, you know what, this, to me, you know, Tumblr, in and of itself, is enough for this. All aboard!
Oh, yep. We're getting out of the woke train.
How to derail this bitch?
Oh, damn it. It's derailed.
Oh,
Beautiful.
my God.
Game fan, no. All Might is not Johnny Bravo. He is the Tick.
He is the Tick! Boon!
Yeah.
Boon!
This is yeah. Again, like I said, it's most of this shit is like, it's like, good God. Again, porn exists. God, and I thought I'm the perverted one here.
I'll bet you $20 I
perverted one.
Yeah, you know what? I'll bet you $20 right now. I could pop onto a doujinshi site that I follow, type in All Might buy, and I'll probably find at least 5 comics.
Probably. I'm not going to do that. Mostly because I don't want to get us banned when we're just getting some momentum.
Well, you don't have to, but you know what? I'll do it. Let's see.
Oh fuck, he's doing it.
Oh God! Oh, come on!
I ain't gonna read any of this shit. I'm just gonna verify if it exists.
I'll take your word for it.
At least
I'll take your word for
it exists.
At least at least on the plus side, you're not gonna Eichenwald this.
Oh, I hope not.
Oh, son of a bitch!
Damn it!
But
tempted him.
But seriously,
I have to verify.
Oh boy.
Oh,
I will humor.
Well,
okay, what do we got?
I'm gonna say.
Yeah, figured.
God damn it, R. Kelly!
And now you pissed off R. Kelly.
Son of a bitch! Now we're gonna call him out again.
I already had to bring out Kotick's Black Book already.
Yeah. All right. Not having much luck, to be honest.
Thank God. Let's move on.
Yep,
please.
So the next comes from a news station, from a CBS station called WBNS, which I'm not. Where they're trying to claim a study from Harvard Medical School researchers found excessive brain activity could lead to a shorter life.
What? Bullshit.
Although,
you know what?
Multiple bullshit.
I am.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
Exactly.
Yes.
Here's drink for foolish
because of that quote.
Now, apparently, the study was published in Nature, and it studied people ranging in the age from 60s to 70s to those who lived to be 100 years or older. Now, personally, I think that this is way too early to be publishing this in the public. This to me is disputed, especially since there was a study in January that says that being a Floridian could help you live longer.
Oh! Ouch!
Oh, there is bullshit o'clock right there.
But yeah, you know what? With this study, you know what? Drink for foolishness.
Yeah, you know, I'll debunk this. I'll debunk this study right now, and I'm not even a fucking scientist because it goes to simple logic. It's just like any muscle. The more you work with it, the more you exercise it,
and
the stronger it gets.
And not only that, Quay Bono, who benefits from this bullshit?
Yeah, I know where you're going with that, and moving
again. I will play this button.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next products.
So next we have Riot versus Riot.
Ooh.
Riot Games, the makers of League of Legends and possibly a few other games down the line, is suing an esports organization known as Riot Squad for trademark infringement.
Oh boy! You know what?
Even though the logos that they have look nothing alike, Riot Squad looks like a standard esports logo. Apparently, it relates to the Riot name. According to Liquipedia, Riot Squad was founded back in March. The About page on their website says that they are founded by gamers for gamers and based out of Chicago. They claim that they have in their first year built partnerships and signed teams across a variety of different games, being CSGO, Siege, Fortnite, and Apex. The Riot Games is filing the lawsuit for infringement of federally registered mark, false designation of origin, and unfair competition.
What?
I am pressing X.
This feels like a Tim Langdale situation.
Yep.
God damn it. Like, okay, if they called themselves the Riot Game Squad, then yeah, I could see an argument to be made there. But if you're going to sue them just for the name Riot, you know how many lawsuits you have there? Hell, even wrestlers. I know there's a wrestler named Ruby Riot. Is she gonna get sued?
Yeah, Ruby Riot. Yeah, there's a faction called the Riot Squad, right, with 2 T's to make it legally distinct. But even Vince is crabby enough to sick a lawyer or two on that.
Mm-hmm. Probably not.
Oh God!
Now,
he could because it's Vince McMahon.
There you go.
But still,
he also knows better to some extent.
Now,
and even Cure Crystal, who's the adamant League of Legends defender, the Riot Games defender, even he's calling bullshit on this.
Now, Stephen MacArthur, who has expertise when it comes to legal matters in gaming.
You take me to him. Take me to the son of a bitch.
Oh God! Now we've triggered Vince.
There it is. Go.
Now,
Go.
I stand corrected.
Where is he?
Spoiler warning. That won't be the last time that Vincent Kennedy McMahon gets triggered tonight.
Oh boy! Yeah, I think we tempted Vinnie Mac with this one.
So
yep, we primed them. He's primed.
So MacArthur had spoken with DualShockers, and here's what was said. Quote, "The test for trademark infringement is whether the average member of the consuming public is likely to be mistaken or confused, even momentarily. The Riot Squad is affiliated with, sponsored, or is confused momentarily that Riot Squad is affiliated with, sponsored, or authorized by Riot Games. This kind of consumer confusion can be trademark infringement here because Riot Games is also one of the biggest esports operators in the world." Right, and it goes into some of the stuff they've done. This confusion is exacerbated by the fact that both Riot Games and Riot Squad often go simply by Riot. Members of the public seeing esports team named Riot Squad or Riot could easily be confused into thinking they're authorized by, affiliated with, or sponsored by Riot Games. Adding Squad to the end of the name does do enough to differentiate them.
So why the hell are you suing?
It does not matter that Riot Squad does not currently have a league team. So this is one of those things where it as far as the whole average person thing, well, on the screen you can see the current logo for Riot Games and the logo for Riot Squad. So it doesn't pass the eyeball test. The only feasible argument that could be had is if both using the term Riot. If that is the way I predict this kind of thing going down is they're probably going to make Riot Squad go by a rule that they cannot use Riot as a shorthand. And if they end up, and there's probably going to be some sort of note when it comes to shoutcasters telling them that they cannot refer to Riot Squad as just Riot. That's the only thing I'm willing to give on this. Otherwise, this feels very frivolous, and I don't see this thing lasting all that long.
This is extremely frivolous, especially considering that Riot, like I said, let's say they're run by the fucking Chinese. So
there's also the factor, and I've brought this up several times in previous legal disputes, but today the magic word is genericide. But moving past that, Shades, do you have the GTA button? Because I feel I'm gonna need it.
No, I don't have that one.
Because here we go again with drama in 343 Industries. So back in August, their creative director had left, and Mary Olsen was promoted to lead producer. But now Olsen's left. According to her LinkedIn profile, that shows that she no longer works at 343 Industries. She apparently is now head of production at Midwinter Entertainment.
Ah, damn.
No, fuck it, I'll voice the button anyway. Oh shit, here we go again.
Yep. Now, community manager John
rock and roll.
Community manager John Junisek had replied on the Reddit not on the Reddit, on the actually, yeah, it was on the subreddit, to say that everything was still running smoothly. That Olsen, and apparently there was a clarification that Olsen did not act as Longo's replacement, nor did she leave due to the project itself. But no other reason for leaving was given. The TLDR, according to him, his title is super misleading. There is no creative dilemma inside the studio, and there's no writing on the walls. I don't know about that. Given the fact that there was that whole job listing we saw about live service, I can't help but wonder if there's some tension between 343 Industries and Microsoft, especially since there's still a lot of bad blood after the whole Warzone thing with Halo 5, along with other things with Halo 5. So, now granted, Halo games have always had chaotic development. That's nothing new, especially if you look at the behind the scenes with Halo 2. And hello there, Black Shadow. I see you in the chat. I see you in the Twitch chat. But you would think that by this point they would have at least started to figure out how to do this without having this much chaos. What I'm seeing out of this is either chaos as usual or something's going on that they can't talk about. Although I do love the first comment in the article. There is no war in Ba Sing Se.
Avatar for the win. I love it.
And of course somebody posts that scene from the Naked Gun of the whole "nothing to see here, please disperse."
I still need to watch that movie.
But then we have a Florida man. And since we have
damn it.
Since we have a Florida man and an Iowa man in the same night, you know what this means, right?
Tank
And that title already alone says this might be too much even for Nash.
Yeah. A Florida man assaults 2 stuffed animals inside a Target store.
Why?
Because it's Florida. God damn it, I hate my state.
He was caught trying to fuck a stuffed Olaf.
Well, Zeltrax got bye-bye. You got, what do you got?
I am currently beyond the capacity for rational
thought.
And 8X calling for... Apparently
Yeah, I know what button KDX called it. Here, hold on.
Why? Thank you, Keenan.
Yep. And
oh, the son of a bitch put the Olaf plushie back on the shelf. Fuck you.
Apparently he also did it with a unicorn, so and I just realized what I walked in on. And he ends by saying that he confessed that he nutted on the Olaf doll. Nope, we're done. Moving on.
Fuck that shit. Fuck this shit. We're out.
Nope. No times no divided by no to the power of oh hell no.
Thank you, Demon Lord.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Moving on less whiskey tango foxtrot moments.
Whiskey tango foxtrot.
ADEC is broken. I think we need a new one.
ADEC.exe not responding. Get the Thorazine! Moving on.
Yep.
And Zeltrax, you might want to mute your mic while you catch your breath.
Yep.
Okay.
So Sid Alpha and a few others have covered this. Now, there was a MMO called Oath that got kickstarted and is currently in development. They had managed to raise about $35,000 for it. It's a action combat sandbox MMO.
All right, I'm back.
Unreal Engine 4.
And I missed.
You missed
the Florida
man.
You missed Florida man breaking Zeltrax.
Yeah, totally did. And you missed a tank bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it.
Oh, they'll probably give at least one more, at least.
Yep.
I wouldn't be too worried.
So this is a situation where there are no winners because the game Oath, which when I first saw it, it looked interesting, but this first got broken by a YouTuber named Cry, spelled with 2 Y's, of course, put out a video where he outlined a document that put up alleged misconduct on the part of ReadyUp Studios towards Ocean Spark Studios, the team that ReadyUp was apparently outsourcing artwork to. Not only does Ocean Spark claim ReadyUp had failed to pay nearly $5,000 US for those services, putting Ocean Spark in serious financial jeopardy, but that the studio alleges that the Oath Studio is simply incapable of creating the game pitched on the Kickstarter and promised to backers. Apparently, it all comes down to some grass assets, and ReadyUp is alleging that the art assets that were sold to them were copied off of the Unity store. That's the argument that they're using why they're not paying, and my approach when it comes to this whole thing, and apparently it got escalated on their Discord to the point where Oath's Discord has been locked. And I was gonna say that both parties were at fault, but then the Oath devs decided to get butthurt about Cry and Sid Alpha covering this thing and claiming that they were being attacked.
Oh, of course.
Boy.
I'm saying, pay what you owe. Look, if you can't make the MMO that you promised and people were willing to donate $35,000 to you, no simpy.
On top of that, if you legitimately think that these guys did not make are using asset flipping in your game, I'm pretty sure that's a lawsuit.
I agree.
That would be breach of contract right there.
Which, if that's the case, why didn't you file a lawsuit?
You're on the docket, are we, Mojo?
We're on the oath situation.
Yeah, we missed. Yes, don't worry. You're not the only one that missed out on Florida, man.
Trust me. Be glad you did it. Be glad you missed Florida, man.
Yeah,
You missed Zeltrax cracking like an egg.
Yeah, and then we have some follow up on the matter, and apparently the artist went above and beyond the contract to set up to allow the game to actually have level streaming capacities for free. There's a lengthy bit on the MMO subreddit.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about the Florida man story earlier in the week. Yeah.
By the way, Astros won 5-1.
3-2.
Yeah, they
Were we? Well, it looks like we got a series, boy.
not only not only that, Trump paid a visit and the Nationals booed. So, Mia Khalifa, if the Nationals blow it, you're actually off the hook.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah.
Not for me. But speaking of stupid shit, so apparently some STD fans who probably have an STD,
boy,
have been sending threats to Anas Abdin.
Oh crap!
Oh yeah, the guy behind
drink for this shit.
Drink.
Where we have a bunch of trolls saying that he's being set up for a fail or is being misled by hateful YouTubers.
Now the question I have to ask is this: Star Trek Discovery's got fans?
But
this is news
I know, right? It's amazing.
Monopoly, I'm the icon, but below Aaron.
Mm-hmm. But seriously, you're calling guys like Nerdotic or Leonard French hateful? Leonard French is as milquetoast as it gets, and Nerdotic.
Yeah.
The only reason you'd call him hateful is because he doesn't toe the line and he's friends with Jeremy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Apparently there was one person who sent him an email saying drop the appeal, take the money to finish your game or do that knee surgery for your crippled retarded mom.
Oh!
That's a low goddamn blow.
Oh,
yeah,
you know what?
There's some worse stuff, including one that includes a not so nuddle nod to a hanging.
You know what?
Wow!
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Also, Aaron?
Yeah.
Put that asshole in the bathroom.
Yep, agreed.
Put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him out of here.
No. You know what? Bathroom's too good.
Detroit.
Yeah, Detroit.
Send him to Detroit.
No, not Detroit. No, please. Anything but that. No.
I'm so fucking glad I don't act like these fucking assholes.
You and me
trying to teach.
The reason why I wanted to focus on this one is because so often I hear people even go. You want to know the main reason why I always press X whenever someone is claiming that they're getting threatened or harassed for having a hot take. I was around when Venom Fang X was pulling his shit. And every time he got a little bit of pushback, he kept claiming that he was getting death threats and he wouldn't produce. The reason why I'm not putting Ennis in this whole matter is he's produced.
Yeah,
and
there's proof.
Yeah.
According to Bounding into Comics, they've spoken with Anas on the matter, and he is taking the thing in stride, and it's very clear that he One, he does not deserve this, and two, he's too nice to deal with this kind of shit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, just blocking him. Just block these dicks and move on.
Well, he says that he gets 10 threats a day.
Wow.
That's a lot of threats.
Like I said, block and move on. They're Jaguars.
Yeah. Anyway,
Which if
time
I do
for more stupid.
Yep.
And now it's a case of was this article sponsored by PETA?
Oh God.
Yes.
I bet you 10 to 1
Also,
it is.
study in air quotes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Especially
study in
since
air quotes.
Drink for fraud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did some research. I did some research on this particular study, and you know how I've frequently referenced a physicist known as Wolfgang Pauli in the past.
Yeah.
He was infamous for his very, very colorful responses to sloppy research. As in if your research is not on point, he would rip you a new asshole twice.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
And
the study that this is referring to is being unnecessarily attached. Well, unnecessarily or necessarily attached to a documentary that focuses on the sports world's obsession with protein.
which
for God's sake.
There's a reason why there's that fixation that I am not equipped to go into detail. But
which is executive produced by James Cameron, Arnold, and Jackie Chan.
Okay. But here's the problem that I have with the study. You want to know what their sample size was?
What?
6 people.
No,
Press
this
X.
is not a study.
Drink for foolishness.
Yeah.
Press X.
Yeah, their source on this matter is a small study from 2004.
2004.
Press X.
Oh, now you fucked up.
That fucking X button.
Now you fucked up. You have fucked up now.
This suffices too. But...
Now you fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up.
Good God.
Yeah.
See, this is the reason why every time I see study says in an article, especially in a newspaper, I immediately start raising eyebrows because I guarantee the person has not read the study. Now, granted, a good chunk of the studies are behind a paywall, but if you're going to be publishing this thing, I'd expect you to read this. I expect you to either read the study or contact whoever made the study to try and get some material. And furthermore, making a conclusion off of one study is asking for trouble.
It is, especially with the sample size that small.
Yes, yeah, and you know what? Hold on a second, folks. If you want to know, if you want to know how the press is being stupid, just go to hashtag WAPO death notices.
Yep. Now for this next one, because this is somewhat health related, and it's because we have 2 health related fails back to back.
Take boy! Okay. Orange man bad. Drink.
Yeah, I had to list this as Orange Man Made Me Fat. A Rutgers University Women's and Gender Studies drink.
Up, drink.
Drink.
Gender studies.
That's 2.
3 more into
current era drink. Current year / current era drink.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's 3.
Oh, I don't like where this is going, boys.
Yeah, we're rising.
She is trying to... Let's see, Brittany Cooper, who said she is from New Jersey, which isn't drink worthy, and suggested on a TV program that racism and the president's policies are responsible for black female obesity.
I'm sorry.
What?
And
the fact that you're blaming the orange man for the fact you can't stay off the fucking bonbons.
And apparently this was on an appearance of Black Woman Own the Conversation on the Oprah Winfrey Network. That is a drink.
Up, it's time to rise. Skål!
Where's my liquor?
God damn.
Seriously. What? You can't stay off the...
And she's citing research from the 1990s.
Good God.
Later on down the article.
Good God.
Further down in the article from Dr. Arline Geronimus.
All right. Let me step in. Let me step in here on this because once again I have to make this perfectly fucking clear.
We know.
Yeah, you all know I can't stand the orange man myself. I hate his ass. But
I hate him too.
Yeah.
Here's the point. You can, if you're going to call out the president for his bullshit, don't focus on minutia like this that doesn't make any goddamn sense, because then it makes the rest of our arguments look pointless, and thus he wins.
Yeah.
And when it comes to this particular thing, now I do recall reading some parts of that study, or it may be a study that cited it. But that was
No, she's not citing a study. She's just citing research.
Yeah, which means she's being
research in air quotes.
Means she is being sloppy. But there was some research that. But the thing is, when it came to that, it was more about cultural pressures, which at least that has
fucking drink.
At least when it comes to that, and when it comes to well, I'll be honest. As much as I like some of it, soul food is not exactly the healthiest thing.
No.
So, but I'm sorry, but if you're making enough money that you're a professor and you're on that kind of program, then maybe what I see out of this is another case of someone trying to blame other people for problems that they've created. So I have no sympathy for her.
Shifting the blame.
Yeah, like I said, it's like what? You can't stay off the Cheetos because you don't like, because you have like in what was that word? Irrational hatred for quote unquote Cheeto Hitler. Jesus fucking Christ. This is one of the reasons why I'm not a left winger.
This is the same kind of argument as, oh, I became a freaking criminal because my parents didn't love me enough.
Which is weak in its own right.
Stupid.
Exactly my point.
I have no tolerance for the whole blame someone else, because what you're effectively doing is the devil made me do it. That's what it always is.
Your name ain't Flip Wilson.
You know what? If you don't mind, I'm gonna get personal here for a minute, because I've been through some shit. I have been through hell in my life. I've had bad girlfriends. I've had family issues. And I've been in depression. I've been near suicidal. But you know what? The things that I've done and the mistakes I've made, I own up to every single fucking one of them. It was my choice. and I fucked up. It's not that hard to do, folks.
Yeah.
No.
But
Unless...
I'd argue, when it comes to someone like this, I'd argue, because she's a women's and gender studies professor, I'd argue that her entire support group is based around her being a victim of some kind. And
you know what? Now that you mentioned it,
further, if this was 10 years ago, she would be saying that McCain made her fat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bush.
Bush.
But you know what? Wait a minute. I think I see a train coming through here because of this shit. Damn it. Another damn derailing.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Now, moving on, we have Jared. Now, normally I didn't have an issue with Jared Leto, but then he decided to be a little
The salt
bitch.
button would be perfect for this one.
Yep. Apparently, Jared Leto wanted to stop the recent Joker film from being made. He was apparently alienated and upset that they were going with this instead of bringing him back. Except, can you really count it as bringing him back when you were barely in Suicide Squad?
I think it was in Suicide Squad for all of 10 minutes.
Yeah. My violin.
He was literally a cup of coffee in the big time. Cup of coffee in the shit show, too, yeah.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Randy.
Seriously.
I think he's butt mad that his iteration is considered the worst, and Joaquin Phoenix has been making money hand over fist.
Yeah. It's about to beat up. It's actually about to beat out the Avengers in profit.
Seriously, you're like, listen, Jared, honey, you need to settle down. Just take the L and walk away. Find yourself something else you can be famous for, because you aren't getting this one.
Yeah. Not only that. Yep. I think
calm your tits, haha, man.
You need to take the Michael Jordan challenge.
Stop it. Get some help.
So the article goes on to say that Jared Leto's outrage stems from his short-lived stint as the Joker in Suicide Squad, though his screen time amounts to a mere 10 minutes. It was supposed to spin him off into a solo movie in development alongside that with Phoenix and other features. But apparently Leto burned through several CAA agents to move his spin-off forward, and the actor didn't think he got treatment that was worthy of an Oscar winner. Irrespective of burned bridges with his agency, it said Leto's Joker film didn't happen because Warner was none too happy with his behavior. No shit. Apparently apparently they're probably pissed off about the fact that he sent a live rat, bullets, and a dead pig to castmates on the set of Suicide Squad or in the promotion.
Oh my god.
And he was trying to be in character while doing that.
You know, Heath Ledger got really...
Go ahead.
You know, yeah, I know where you're going, Maddie, and it's probably on the same, and it's in a similar vein, but yeah, Heath Ledger got really into character when he did the Joker for The Dark Knight. He didn't pull shit like this.
No, also, game fan in the chat. Here's the solve vid. He doesn't live in a society.
Yeah, Jim Carrey, when he was doing Man on the Moon, remained in full Andy Kaufman gimmick for the majority of filming.
That's basic method acting.
Yeah. Leto, you didn't have to go full jackass here.
Yeah, exact. Yeah, that's like full retard.
You didn't need the behind-the-scenes pranks, just the on-the-screen pranks.
Yeah.
Yeah. You went, full jackass is full retard.
Not to mention, Joaquin basically had one rule: no assholes on set.
When
filming.
Apparently, even James Gunn wasn't exactly high on Leto. He's called Leto a dick on Twitter, and implied in the past that the star sleeps with cheese pizza.
Oh my god!
But if he actually, now keep in mind this is a good chunk of this is coming from anonymous sources. But if this is actually the case, then it backfired because look at how much like all the attempts by journalists to try and get the film to fail, and now it might end up and at the rate it's going, it might end up upstaging Endgame's money.
Good.
Barbara Streisand effect. By the way, has anyone seen the movie? I want a barometer. Is it good?
Yes.
Oh yes. Do
It can't-
see
I
this
might
shit.
actually check the movie out. I might actually check the movie out this weekend, this Tuesday at my local cinema because on Tuesdays it's $5 a movie.
Yep.
Yeah, do see that shit. You'll love it. And you know what? And you know what else? And you know what else? And you know what else? You know what else that Joker is getting? Rewatchers.
It's getting
It's getting
rewatchers.
rewatchers.
That's good.
And it's already gotten the top opening weekend of an R-rated film.
Yeah, they got the #1 spot back.
And edged out both Deadpool 1 and 2 for highest grossing R-rated film of all time.
Expect much salt in Deadpool 3.
Salt of a good nature at least.
Oh,
Reynolds
Reynolds
has done his usual thing because Reynolds is a shit poster like the rest of us.
Oh yeah.
Hey, this is Ryan Reynolds in Deadpool 3. You know what he did in Deadpool 2 to take a piss on Logan.
Yeah.
Looks like somebody's been smoking too much jazz cabbage.
Yep. But next we have this case of now I got to bury Seattle.
Oh man, I'm sorry,
This
Flutter.
is why I am happy that I don't live there. I live in a different metropolitan area. Well, not metropolitan, but I live in the area around the state capital.
Mm-hmm. So, a new ethnic studies curriculum will teach students that ancient mathematical knowledge has been appropriated by Western culture.
Oh my fucking Christ! Drink.
I know why they're doing this. It's because it's known that earliest. Here's the thing: the earliest forms of mathematics, as we understand it, came from the Greeks. This is
Not only that. And not only that, you know, did anyone ever seen Boys in the Hood?
Yes.
No.
Love that movie.
Well, according to Lawrence Fishburne's character, Furious Styles, he basically said that the only thing universal about education in America is math.
Right.
They are going after the math.
And
which is very bad news.
First line of the first paragraph. The district has proposed a new social justice infused curriculum that would focus on power and oppression and history of resistance and liberation within the field of mathematics. Drink!
All fucking no. Is that an all aboard or a helicopter ride?
That's an all aboard.
It's definitely train.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
No man.
And game. And here's the best part: Simpsons did it, as Game Fan has pointed out.
5 plus 5 equals triggered.
How does
Game Fan, you're on your A game tonight, my friend.
Yeah, and here's the thing. This is not a curriculum. This is a religious doctrine. Like if I didn't know, if you changed a few words around, you would assume that this was being put forward by some dumbass in Texas. Mostly because that almost happened. Mostly because
Let me
that almost
guess,
happened
Joel
twice.
Osteen.
Oh, fuck that asshole.
That fucking storefront preacher.
Apparently, the framework is still in the proposal stage, and it is already caught.
Stay in the proposal.
It has already caught fire.
Well, no shit.
Good.
Wouldn't you know who proposed this? the city's ethnic studies director.
Of fucking course.
I'm gonna break my fucking desk from head desking too much.
You know what? Who is wherever the fuck that was?
The president of the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics is on board with this.
You know what?
Fire
I
him.
think it's time. It's time for a fucking banishment.
Robert Gilberry III.
It's time. It's time for a banishment.
Send him to Detroit.
Yep.
No, not Detroit. No, please. Anything but that.
Send the whole lot of them to Detroit.
But now we have a case of Karma is a heartless bitch, and she has come to collect the worst export out of Canada.
So no need to send this one to Detroit. It looks like she's in the Detroit state of mind.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Jessica Yaniv, the infamous wax my balls bigot, who tried to pick a fight with Blair White and lost so horribly she got the attention of the Mounties.
You know what? This is a cheers.
Yep. Step away from your desk.
This is a cheers.
Oh, fuck it. Candle Jack.
A little bit of the bubbly.
Ah, damn it, beat me to it.
So the three women who she was involved with this particular legal matter, she has been ordered to pay $2,000 each.
Ooh.
Boom.
Ow.
Oh, you know what? Given this story, we need to sell for this.
I feel like I'm not the only one being blue-balled right now.
Back under blue balls.
Yep.
Yeah. Now here's the thing. She had put out 3 human rights complaints against multiple aestheticians. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. In British Columbia for declining to perform services on her male parts, and she lost her case. The Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms has issued a release declaring victory on behalf of their clients, as an early ruling in favor of the home-based salon workers was announced just 1 day after the federal elections. According to the release, the human rights legislation does not require a service provider to wax a type of genitals they are not trained for and have not consented to wax. The decision further found that Yaniv engaged in improper conduct, filed complaints for improper purposes, and concluded that Yaniv's testimony was disingenuous and self-serving. That's some spice. Finally, noted the tribunal, Yaniv was evasive and argumentative and contradicted herself while giving evidence. The JCCF represented 5 of more than 10 esthetician workers, English monk, who Yaniv brought complaints against, many of whom were immigrants or from minority or highly religious communities. This, along with Yaniv's history of racially charged remarks, that's not going to help.
No.
Had made many speculate that the complaints were racist or xenophobic in nature. I don't think they were. I think she was. I think.
No, I think what happened. And the problem here is, this is in Canada, which is a lot of which a lot of these social justice crap tends to get hand waved.
More importantly, this was in BC.
Yeah. Oh, that's even worse. But you know what?
Not to mention, you lose your trans rights you've been documented of diddling.
Jessica, this is Jonathan, I should say. This is so bad for you. You're gonna need tickets to protect yourself.
Yeah. We've got tickets. We're ticket holders.
Wow.
It's so bad you need to buy a ticket to protect yourself from the bullshit.
Oh my god!
Now the article does not say whether or not the $2,000 payment is in U.S. or Canadian, but if she's paying at least $6,000, I don't think it matters by that point.
No, it doesn't.
Yep, she's screwed.
And one of the people who she was filing the complaints, Miss Gill, is a practicing Sikh, who is only able to provide services to female clients due to her religion.
Well,
and
here's
the problem, Jonathan. You're not that high on the oppression Olympics pedestal.
Yeah.
Maybe if you get a few rungs higher in the progressor stack, maybe you have a chance, but nope.
What were you gonna say, Maddie?
There's a lot of I'm not gonna lie, the religion thing is kind of a big deal, especially in Quebec, where we have a law where if you're a government worker, you have to take your whatever religious symbols off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that includes headscarves, I assume.
Yep.
Oh.
Well, I can understand that to some extent.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Because that's basically your own equivalent to separation of church and state. You don't want to risk people thinking that there's a religious bias there. I get that.
Yeah, so do I.
For a business, that's a different story. So yeah, still no sympathy for this bitch.
Here's the thing. Do you guys remember when there was the?
And honestly, as long as you don't shove your religion up in my face, I don't give a fuck.
Here's the thing. She was demanding that a private business violate their religious practice.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I immediately was.
Even in Canada, that no one's gonna stand for that shit.
I got a fair amount of shit back in the day when I defended the bakery during that whole gay wedding cake issue.
Bake the cake bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the reason why. If that particular bakery won't comply for religious reasons, then you can just take your business to any other cake shop that would do so. Like I do not approve of the idea of forcing a private business owner to do something that they do not wish to.
Neither do I.
It is a trick. I will admit it's a very complicated situation, but in both of these cases, what I see out of this is somebody who is looking to call people bigots, and what's gotten even worse is because of what was uncovered by Blair. Yaniv is now in Blair's crosshairs, and I don't think Blair's going to be letting go anytime soon, especially after that whole incident.
Not only that, she's had a nice little chat with Chris Hansen. So I'm sure now Chris Hansen's aware of Jonathan Yaniv's presence.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And now this was a bit of an interesting one that had YouTube getting caught with their hand in the cookie jar. So apparently during that whole thing where she completely blew Hillary Clinton the fuck out after Hillary claimed that she was a Russian asset. Suspiciously, Tulsi Gabbard's videos were being suppressed on YouTube, which might end up backfiring because that could be considered election interference.
Yeah.
Yep, and without revealing too much, because of my current job prohibits me to saying, there was a little bit of that in Canada. Nothing publicized, and it was settled very quickly, and that's all I'm allowed to say.
Oh, you're talking about that certain company that did business in Libya situation?
Let's not push it there, Aaron.
I don't want him to. I'm not gonna push it. That's why I'm moving on from this.
Yeah,
but I get the feeling we're gonna see more Congress hearings with YouTube and other companies.
Yeah, but they're not going to get anything from Sundar Pichai. He's going to shuck and jive like he usually does.
Yep.
Yeah. And by the way, the reason I cannot, it's not just that I'm legally not allowed, it's because of my clearance. I don't know much more either.
Fair enough. Oh boy, here we go. Stepping into my turf again.
So Inosuke had, you know how we had May being the symbol of the Hong Kong protests? Well, now we have Inosuke being the symbol of the Chile protests.
Wait a minute. Did someone say the Chile protests?
Yeah.
I was not going to pass that one up.
Why am I not surprised?
Oh, apparently this had to do with an increase in train fare prices, dubbed by some the 30 pesos war, and then escalated into being about living costs and financial inequality.
And there's an image of Inosuke stomping down a train turnstile with the text "Nos vimos conche tu madre."
Mm-hmm.
In English.
Google Translate the fucker if you have to.
Yep.
Yeah.
And apparently it's gotten a little bit. There's been people doing mass evasion, i.e., jumping ticket barriers, and police getting involved.
Come on, gangs did that shit in the 80s.
Yeah, jump of the bar was kind of a rite of passage for some places.
Yep. But some artists began showing support by using Inosuke Hashibara from Demon Slayer, who has a habit of challenging practically everything that moves, including a fucking train.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Yeah, this is the thing. It's like, so basically, because of this, you got a bunch of people reenacting scenes from the Warriors where they're jumping over turnstiles.
Now, to be fair, I've seen a couple stories of the Chile protests, and this seems to be a pattern that's been growing recently, where a lot of countries are starting to finally stand up and go, "Hey, listen, we're tired of our government treating us like shit. Let's get together and tell them to cut that shit out." Which I respect that in those kind of people we have a case of actual justice warriors, who yes, because a big part of my philosophy
under rough translation.
Blind motherfucker.
Wow.
Okay then. So moving past this, we have Massachusetts, who wants to ban the word bitch.
That's not gonna get struck down or anything. Oh, by the way, drink.
Yep, that's a drink. So, Bill H3719, submitted by State Representative Daniel Hunt. I can think of another word to describe Mr. Hunt that rhymes with that.
Oh, yeah.
Replace the H with
you know what? No, better yet, change his name from Daniel to Mike.
Somebody's seen Porky's.
There you go. There you go.
Yep. Love Porky's.
If you want to tell him what you need, what he needs to do is like replace the word hunt with Roch.
No, Maddie, just change it to Mike.
No. I said Mike Crotch. Huh?
Dude, think about it. Change Mike Hunt.
I know.
That does it so much better.
Come on, Porky's is a Canadian movie, Maddie. You should know that.
First off, there's that. Second off, there was a long-standing drive-in restaurant in my old stomping grounds called Porky's. And third off, Shades, Joker.
Ah, yes. Get it. Where is that button? Here it is.
If you have to explain a joke, there is no joke.
That one's aimed at you, Maddie.
Mr. Hamill.
Yeah.
So he's saying that this would either be imprisonment for not more than 6 months, a fine of not more than $200, or both. Here's the problem.
Draconian.
I don't think this is getting past Supreme Court.
No.
This has got First Amendment written all over it.
Not only
First
that,
and 14th.
Not only that, but but there is going to be a problem with this, and that is the fact that if it is said in context, then you would have to argue that it's not allowed, or even if it's said on a screen, does that if it's said on a screen at say a movie theater, does that mean that the theater gets fined?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, this is censorship. This is a government censorship.
Even the freaking moral majority knew where the line is. This is basically taking a pole vault over the line.
Yeah.
Although I do like that Screechy put more like Bitchachusetts. And Zachary Schaaf has said the First and 14th Amendments say hello.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Freedom of speech and censorship and no government censorship. Guess what? That's exactly what this is.
Mm-hmm.
And there is not even the worst members of the Supreme Court are going to argue against that.
No.
And if I wanted to do a troll move, what I would do is convince one of the representatives when this thing is being discussed to just play a supercut of the bitch version of Breaking Bad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, science, bitch.
Also, Patricia Ferguson. And what would dog breeders be able to call their female dogs?
Good point.
Yeah, that is a very valid point.
And now this next one, God damn autoplay! I hate it when sites do this.
God damn it.
So,
yeah,
I find this to be personally excessive.
Yeah. Remember I was talking
So-
on the chat about trick or treating and people doing stupid shit, and thus under now having experienced the trick part of trick or treating. This is one bad trick.
This comes to us from Chesapeake, Virginia, where apparently anyone over the age of 13 who is trick or treating
12
over 12.
No, it says 13 in the article.
It can be sent to jail for up to 6 months and fined.
What? For trick or treating?
What? Okay, where's my keyblade? Where's my fucking keyblade?
Okay. So basically, they are demanding a cutoff point for when you're allowed to trick or treat. Yeah, I'm gonna call no.
Yeah, and again, how about no?
How about no, you crazy
Alright.
Virginian bastard?
Yeah, you know what?
Oh, and it's not just Virginia. It's not just Virginia. North Carolina, there's cities in North Carolina that have the same restriction.
Good God. You know what?
How about no, you North Carolinian bastard?
Whoever thought of this, you know what? Your ass is going in the bathroom.
Put him in a fucking bathroom. Get him out of here.
Yeah.
Come on.
Look.
This isn't a trick.
Yeah.
Das Boot.
Yeah.
Das Boot.
Das Boot.
Look. I get the intent. You don't want people too old doing this kind of thing, but
6 months in jail. Really?
but first off, 6 months in jail and a undisclosed amount in fines is excessive for this.
Yeah.
And second, there's also the fact that older kids will chaperone younger kids. Does that mean that the older kid is going to get put in jail just for being close enough?
I've seen older kids do that before.
Yeah, but again, it's like
It's clear they didn't think this through.
They never do.
Also-
Do they ever?
Yeah. Also, Gang fan in the chat. You have a criminal record now, kid. Happy
Halloween!
Yep. So the next one is a bit of a small thing. Apparently, Mayor Anne Hidalgo is thinking of doing these urban forests to try and green up Paris, and it's getting people pissed off.
Okay.
Including some people going so far as to say that this is not meant to appease Parisians, but rather woke foreigners.
Oh,
boy.
God.
For the love of God.
All
More
aboard.
of these,
All about.
more of these bullshits. Oh, God. And I see a derailing coming.
That's like what, 3?
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Oh my God.
God damn it.
And I understand what she's citing. That last year was the hottest summer on record for the city, but this? No!
You know what? Hey, hey, Madame Mayor. You know what? I know a good place for you to put your trees. A perfect place for you, where there's a lot of abandoned buildings, a lot of open space. You can plant as many trees as you want.
Here it comes.
You want to know where that place is? It's a little place called Detroit.
No, not Detroit. No, please. Anything but that.
You know, I understand the need to help, green up the world and, replenish help keep our oxygen supply and tank. Hey, I'm sure most of you guys heard about the big thing that Mr. Beast is doing right now for the 20 million subscribers.
Oh yeah, I think I've heard about it.
Yeah, basically, he's working with the Arbor Day Foundation. So basically, for every $1 that people donate to him to his little fund, which will all go directly to the Arbor Day Foundation, they will plant one tree in specified areas.
Yeah,
that to me,
I believe Dankula and the Quartering are promoting this.
Okay, that was weird. I didn't hear any of you for like 2 seconds.
Well, we're bringing up the whole Mr. Beast situation, charity that's going on right now, where he's basically, for every $1 people donate to him, he's going to be giving that to the Arbor Day Foundation, and they'll be planting one tree. 20 million trees for 20 million subscribers. That is a good way to do this kind of thing. Because we do need to get more trees in the world and keep our world from falling to shit. But this doesn't seem like trying to help make the world a better place. This just seems like trying to make... Yeah, this is just a woke bastard trying to make the city look the way they want it to when nobody else wants it.
The only urban forest that needs to be in Paris is on fucking Notre Dame.
Yeah, really. Yeah, you got like I said, with the way I've been hearing about Paris, you got bigger problems than fucking trees.
Yeah,
namely the yellow vest.
You still got yellow vest problems. You still got miscreants making life a living hell around there, turning streets of Paris into fucking Morocco. It's a mess.
Not to mention.
Moving on. I want to focus on something.
Moving on. Sorry.
So this is just a case of the China pissing contest. But DreamWorks' film Abominable has been banned in Malaysia because of a scene depicting a map of the South China Sea. Specifically, it shows.
Really?
Now it goes. The article goes into it and says specifically, the map shows Beijing's disputed claims in the South China Sea. More specifically, the 9-dash line, which outlines Beijing claims to the flashpoint waters in that sea. The Malaysian Film Censorship Board said that the movie could be shown if the scene is removed. DreamWorks and Pearl Studio have refused to remove the scene in question, and thus
it couldn't be released. Of course, it's China. Well, it seems DreamWorks has found their new anthem.
No, Aaron, cut that. Aaron, cut it. No, DreamWorks is not backing down. They're keeping the scene. They're not going to remove it.
The scene, and even an animation studio in China is agreeing with them.
Wait a minute, they're backing down?
No, they're not.
Worked on this
they're not backing down.
If they're not backing down, I'm still playing the anthem.
Why?
What? Yeah, why?
Stop! No.
Yeah,
cut
Aaron,
it.
Cut it.
I'm moving past that.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm bringing in the helicopter. Screw them.
But moving past that, the NPCs are trying to take shots at Scorsese.
Again?
Namely because of the fact that an interviewer tried to lambast the fact that he doesn't have enough female characters in his upcoming film, The Irishman.
Drake!
And Zeltrax, for context, he's citing the whole the MCU isn't cinema thing. He has a very valid point. He's citing varietal oversaturation.
Yeah.
And now, because of that, the woke bastards are out for blood.
So
because they're not listening to his point.
Yeah,
So-
he didn't like their creature comfort, so now they want him canceled.
So during the press conference,
cancel
an
culture.
Italian press member asked Scorsese why his movies are dominated by male characters and show little interest in female stories. He said, "No, that's not even a valid point. That's not valid. I can't. That goes back to 1970. That's a question I've had for so many years. Am I supposed to? If the story doesn't call for it, it's a waste of everybody's time. If the story calls for a female character lead, why not?"
That's a cheers.
Oh, definitely.
And
a little bit of the bubbly.
It gets better because one of the producers for The Irishman, Emma Tillinger, refuted the claims, bringing up his 1974 film Alice Doesn't Live Here, which featured Ellen Burstyn. Sorry if I mispronounced
Ellen
that.
Burstyn,
who was nominated for the Best Actress Oscar in that year, and was cited as one of the defining feminist films of the New Hollywood era. But Scorsese said, "Oh, that's only one film. They don't count that." And,
shots fired!
Of course not.
And of course, Age of Innocence was brought up, and he did that whole thing of they don't count that, or which was his adaptation of Edith Wharton's novel in 1993, which had Michelle Pfeiffer and Winona Ryder in lead roles. And then Casino was brought up, and the performance of Sharon Stone in that, and he said again, they don't count that, forget it. It's all these men.
Yep, he's
basically pointing out the obvious. It's a case of, oh yeah, they don't look at all the movies that actually have women in them. They have the strong women in them. They just want they want every movie to have women prominently in them.
Yeah,
Life doesn't work like that.
More specifically, they're woke women.
They're women.
Why do you think they tried so hard to claim that Alita is alt-right, even though that's a film with an actual strong female character that people outright love, and you see the woke brigade probably still butt mad about the fact that it managed that even though Captain Marvel did better in the box office, guess who's doing better in the home releases?
Yeah, and besides that whole box office thing,
I'm gonna fucking say it again. Alita, best animated live action movie adaptation ever. Fight me.
Yeah, and considering how Disney's been practicing, oh yeah.
On that note, I must leave early. I've worked again.
All right,
no worries, Maddie. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, but yeah, and this is a joke that I've been coming up with. Basically, it comes at the wake of the whole Bob Iger thing, when he's basically waving Black Panther as trying to say no diversity. You don't have it. Well, here's the thing. Bob Iger can say, "Oh, our movies are diverse and make far more money than you." It's like, okay, buddy. Number one, Martin Scorsese doesn't have to pad his fucking box office take. And number two, how many Oscars have they won? Not many.
3.
Martin Scorsese's Oscars? I bet you think he's probably got 3 shelves full of them.
3?
Yeah.
That's being light.
3?
3 shelves.
Whose movies are going to be more remembered individually in 10 years?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to remember Taxi Driver. Everyone's going to remember Raging Bull. They're going to remember Goodfellas, Casino, The Departed. And even hell, if we're gonna talk about Francis Ford Coppola, hell, they'll remember the Godfather series. Fuck, Godfather 3 will be more remembered than their Drekken. Godfather 3 was considered the weakest of the films by far.
But we are not completely done. And with
yeah,
this
Aaron,
because
all those movies you described, I have not seen any of them.
fix that when you get the chance.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, blame me for being born straight in 1990.
I was born. That's 3 years after me. So
again, fix them when you have the chance.
I will. Just get me a list. Give me a list later.
Yep.
All right, moving on.
So Linda Wolverton, the person who brought Belle, Maleficent, and a lot of other works from Disney, has apparently had enough with the strong female trope. And she was the person who did the recent Maleficent film, which the sequel, from what I heard, is not being as well received. I haven't seen it. She does not care for the term because she says it's just an easy term. What does it mean?
It's a buzzword.
Yeah, it's just
thank you.
And I had said that anytime somebody uses those terms, they're not telling me a character. They're telling me a caricature. Furthermore, the character that they're trying to put in front of me, because of the fact that they have to focus on strong and female, they end up having to effectively be the lady that protests too much. And when you do that too hard, everyone knows it. Case in point, Catherine Janeway. It is absolutely rich that people say that the reason why people make fun of Janeway is because they can't handle a strong female captain.
Oh God!
Which I'm not going to speak for the entirety of my sex, but personally, I find that bullshit.
Oh yeah.
I think you can.
Go ahead.
I think you can very least speak for amongst all the guys in this call right now, because it's not that Janeway is a woman that we have problem with. There's a lot of other reasons we don't like Janeway.
Enough that in an actual military she'd probably be court-martialed. Might explain why she spent the entire time pretending to get back home and couldn't. She knows the second she steps foot on Earth, she's going through the longest court-martial in history.
Yeah. And Wolverton put it simply in one sentence. There are so many interesting ways to describe women besides just strong. Even this pure, difficult strength. It's strong-willed.
Mm-hmm. But even that is just the start. But getting past that, we have the devs of Satisfactory, a game which I had not heard of, is claiming that the hate for Epic Games Store is coming from a loud minority.
Bullshit!
Drink.
Oh yeah, drink. Drink for idiocy.
Yeah, I'll give you Shiki. Where is it?
Fucking bullshit!
Thank you, Shiki.
Look, I understand why people make the deal, but to try and claim it's coming from a loud minority, you have as much knowledge on that quote-unquote minority as I do, namely none.
Yeah.
The difference is, I'm not the one making the definitive statement.
Again, I'm going to say this is time again. I'm going to tell you what the big draw for Epic is. The reason they want to sign to Epic is they want to shut off the quote noise. That's what it is. They want to shield themselves from any type of criticism because they know the attitude is, I got my money, fuck you.
Yeah.
Yep. Which, look, if you as much. Oh, I should also note that they were the people behind Goat Simulator, which I have and actually liked, mostly for the same reason that But here's the thing. I hate to tell you, Coffee Stain, which that's a bit more apropos of a name for your studio. I already have a game that lets me do more fun, dumb shit, and I can actually tell people to go to Steam and get it. Untitled Goose Game.
Oh yeah. They're salt. They're salt. That's what it is. They're salty because someone took their Goat Simulator idea and basically improved on it.
Now, as far as Satisfactory, what I've seen of it feels like way too much like Factorio. And well,
more than half, and they sell more than 500,000 copies. A citation needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
someone who likes Factorio, I'm suspicious.
And the thing is, the reason why, if somebody asked me if I would recommend Satisfactory or Factorio, I'd go with Factorio. Not only because I'm not gonna have to deal with epic bullshit, but because, if I'm not mistaken, there is a sizable modding community around.
Oh yeah, and it's not just supported; it is embraced. You can literally download mods directly from the game. You don't even have to have it. Like, you don't even have to go to the Steam Workshop. It is in game. You can just go in there. It has a mod a mod browser. You just search for whatever you want. It gives you all the information you need. I know this because I fucking used it and I love it. In fact, it's almost mandatory for us to really get the most out of that game.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But also,
now,
because of the fact that I talked about Untitled Goose Game, I have to post this. Some of you on the RVT server may have seen me post this particular gag, but I had to do it again.
Yeah.
Especially since the glasses kid is the one who gets probably some of the most abuse in Untitled Goose Game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now I know what's coming next, and Monk, I think I need to lead this one in.
Yep.
Yeah, Shades, get the soapbox.
Oh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, something I don't normally do on this show, but I think is necessary here. It is time for another edition of Shades' Soapbox.
There we go.
So, basically, once again, the concept of localization has come under fire. And I'm going to pull up the article myself just so I can follow along with this part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the upcoming anime, in the new anime, A Girl Who Chants Love at the Bound of This World, there's been some changes to the dub. And of course, it's caused a lot of controversy.
Mm-hmm.
So, now, here's the thing. Doing a dub is a lot more complicated than I think a lot of the sub or dub arguments tend to make it.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of double entendre, and I don't just mean the sexual kind. There's a lot of wordplay that's very difficult to translate. So oftentimes dubbers have to work with what they've got and try to make the most of it. But there is one problem that dubbing companies like Funimation keep doing, that I keep seeing that they do is when they inject their agenda into it. And for example, we see here, if you scroll down a little bit, you can see the original translation that was on Crunchyroll.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to read through the full thing, and the first episode is free on Crunchyroll's website, so you can see it, and it happens around the 5 minute and 16 seconds mark.
Yeah. But the line in question, the basic premise of this is that the character of Arima is, he's being a little weird, a little odd in calling out the main character Shimazu, calling him "milady." And, does kind of mention the fact that she, kind of insults her by claiming, that she's mad because, well, it's that time of the month. And she simply responds, that how crude. But in the dub, they took it a little too far and flat out have Shimazu call him a misogynist.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Drink!
And I want to point out, this is not the first rodeo that this happened.
Nope.
No.
Because 4 years ago...
and in fact...
4 years ago, we had we had the dub of Prison School that decided to make a Gamergate reference that was completely out of place when compared to the Japanese cut. Then 2 years after that, there was the patriarchal societal demands thing that was completely out of character in Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid.
Okay, hold up right there. Actually, it's funny. The two example I was gonna give of bad dubbing choices.
Mildred, that was the Hajime. Go ahead.
I'm gonna no. The two examples I was gonna give for bad dubbing for bad adaptation mistakes are actually both listed right fucking here. I am actually surprised by this, and I want to thank the people at Niche Gamer for bringing these out. Yes, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. In the second episode, they introduced Kana Kamui, the lowly dragon, for those who don't know the series.
Yeah,
and in the original,
the lowly.
don't lose the lowly. Now, in the sub, Kana basically is pissed off at Kobayashi for stealing the main dragon Toru, and basically calls her a Neotare, an NTR.
Netorare, yeah.
Netorare. Very dumb. Now, that in and of itself was fine because in context it made sense. Netorare is a wife stealer or a girl stealer. So that made sense. However, in the dub, for whatever fucking reason, they decided to change it to have her call Kobayashi a cuckold.
Which is completely different.
And if you know the difference between those two terms, you realize how stupid that is.
Yeah.
But the one that's going to set everybody off is in the same year that came out, another anime that I've reviewed called My First Girlfriend is a Gal, or Hajime no Gal, came out. And in episode 7 of that series, the cast are all doing part-time jobs to save up for a vacation. And one of them is working at a video store. Two of them are actually, but the one in question is working at a video store. And when the manager of the store is going out and puts the one guy in charge, this guy decides to gather all the employees together and tells a motivational speech. In the sub, it's just a basic speech, and the main guy is just like, wow, he's really getting into this. But in the dub, they decided to parody a MAGA speech.
Orange Man bad, huh?
And I specifically remember you bringing that up in your episode review, Shades.
Yes, I brought it up because I was pissed.
And you linked me a clip to that before that particular video went live, because I remember you and I discussing that while we were in a watch party for I think it was either Awesome or Summer Games Done Quick. I can't remember which one it was. I just remember I was in the call with you and a few others. But there's one other that Nichiban brings up here that I want to know if this was another thing that happened. It says, quote, "The series also saw a character decry light novel fans as freaks who hate women seeking jailbait." Apparently there's also a YouTube link. Was that something that happened in the anime as well? And did you bring that up?
I don't think I brought this one up, but let me double check it because I don't remember this.
Let me check this myself.
Oh,
yeah,
I don't remember. I don't think that one, but no, there was another scene though that did get changed that they didn't even bring up at the end of the series where this one guy who's basically an absolute douche is picking on the main character who's kind of wimpy, admittedly, and I believe he did call him a snowflake in the dub.
Here's the deal. With the exception, this is aside from a certain situation we can't discuss, is why I have freaking a lot of ire towards Jamie Marchi.
We're gonna get to that in a moment. The last one that's brought up, and I found out about this thanks to a tweet from Appabend. An anime that came out earlier this year called Interview with Monster Girls has several bullies chastise a character defending another from their harassment by calling them a social justice warrior. In the original sub, they were just going, "Aren't you a bit gung ho?"
Drink.
Now,
yeah,
where this gets interesting, and where Miss Marchi comes into the picture, is she made the following tweet. saying, just remember, if there are any line changes from any anime, any script, anything that offend anyone who unironically uses terms like SJW and feminist agenda, I wrote them all.
Jamie.
Oh,
And
damn.
I had screen capped this, and I said, I know you would. First off, this was a bad call on your part. Second off, I know you would love to say that I'm a stan, or that I'm an incel, or that I'm one of the people you are trying to own with this. The only person you're owning with yourself the only person you're owning on this case is yourself. And I want to ask you a very direct question, Miss Marchi. What makes you any different from Al Khan, the guy who did those horrendous dubs that made 4Kids public enemy number one in the eyes of anime fans for over a decade?
In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, Mildra, but at New York Comic Con 2006, didn't he basically throw shade at libraries?
What? Really?
Oh yeah. There was that whole thing where we're in the middle of a Comic-Con that had members of the Public Library Association. He said kids don't read and got hissed.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Now, if I may, because again, we're not going to bring up that whole situation. I made it. I told Dalton
completely unrelated. Not to mention the moratorium.
Yeah, moratorium, and I'm sticking to that. But the only thing I will say is that I've been pretty clear that I have been defending a lot of that. But that being said, I am not defending Jamie Marchi on this one. I am a big fan of hers. I love her voice work. But I am not defending this. This is going too far. And I'm sorry, Jamie. You're just you're only painting a bigger target on your back by doing this.
You're painting a giant bullseye on yourself.
Yeah, that's a bull, and I see that bullseye far and wide. Ugh.
Now,
you've been oddly quiet here.
Let him be. This is a sensitive situation. But I want to add one last thing.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make this very clear because I know the one defense that a lot of people have been saying, or the one argument people are making against Jamie, that I think is not the right argument to make. The whole idea of straight translations.
That has been a straw man I've been seeing since the Fire Emblem Fates debacle, and it is very much a straw man because here's the argument always ends up going like this: oh, you won't be happy with anything but a straight translation. No, as somebody who had to see Andy Kitkowski, who I have a bit of issues with, but that's a different matter. He posted what a straight translation would have looked like if he was doing that for Tenra Bansho Zero, which we've run in the past. And while it would be accurate, it would also completely ruin the formatting of the book. Yeah. So what he had to do is to try and strike a medium of doing the intent, because the problem is you can say a lot more in Japanese with a lot less space. I have seen people do full-on short stories with multiple characters in a single tweet. And that was before Twitter expanded the character limits.
Exactly. That's the argument that needs to die, is that, I do not want a straight translation.
I only really see that argument from people who were trying to pull a straw man.
Yeah. But I just want to make that clear to anyone who tries to fight back against me on this, because I do not want a straight translation. I want a faithful, but yet consolidated adaptation.
Yeah.
You can make changes as long as the spirit of the original is still intact. If it carries the same weight, you can make changes. You can change a line. You can consent something if you have to. You can make changes to make it more accessible to American audiences. I am okay with that. But you have to carry the same feel, the same emotion, the same overall weight
Yeah.
of the original scene in that adaptation, or else you fail.
Exactly. I mean, and the thing about it, if you really think about it, it ain't too much to ask. But since we live in current year, this is their mindset.
Now,
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
Now, here's something I want to. When I first saw this thing go down, I did a bit of a tweet thread, and I want to read off exactly what I said. I said, if you think that those buzzwords are the crux of these script issues, I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Miss Marchie. It's not different than the edits that got Treehouse in hot water with Fire Emblem Fates, or all the things 4Kids pulled. Only difference is, you've somehow talked yourself into thinking that owning someone on the internet is worth damaging a script. It's like an environmentalist burning down a forest to own the logging industry. Is it truly worth it?
No.
Exactly.
How many good and beloved anime have been ruined by bad adaptations and agenda pushing?
I can bring up an early
don't-
example. The original dub of Nausicaa that was so bad that when this has never been confirmed, but this is a long-standing urban legend regarding Miyazaki. When it was getting distributed in the U.S. by Miramax, Weinstein had supposedly stated that he might make some edits to make the film more marketable, and Miyazaki mailed him a katana with a post-it note attached that said "No cuts."
I've heard about that.
I don't know if there's any truth to that. It's one of those long-standing urban legends, and I'm pretty sure Miyazaki isn't going to be talking about it. The original attempt to localize Nausicaa was so bad that it became a sore spot for Miyazaki for decades. I think even to this day he doesn't want to talk about it. I got my start watching anime with the Anime-Ego dubs, and those were god awful. Here's the question that I have. There's a few strawmans that I want to debunk. One of them is some people saying, "Well, it's just some slice of life thing. Who cares?" Somebody probably would care, and would probably be interested in watching it. I don't know who that is, but the way I see it is, every anime that comes out is probably somebody's first or potential favorite. I don't know if that's going to actually be the case, and a lot of times it isn't. But I operate under the assumption that it is potentially, and thus you have to treat it as such, because if that ends up being their first, then you've potentially run off a future fan from this hobby.
Yeah.
Because the core idea is that if it's their first and if they have a good enough impression, then they're going to want to see more, and then they'll end up expanding on that.
Yeah.
Furthermore, this whole notion of it's only one line. One line is one too many, because if you do it once, then there is always going to be the temptation to do it again, and it is very easy to excuse any sort of act with the notion that you're doing it for a greater good. That's why I've always said that thing is kind of destructive. And if you're doing one thing to quote unquote own the anti-SJWs, you can make that excuse with just about anything. But here's the last thing, and I want to ask this to you directly, Marchie. I know you're never going to watch this, and if you do, you'll probably say, "Oh, he's just an incel," or "Oh, look at all the angry white men," or something like that. And first off, I'm mixed, so fuck off. Second off, I want to ask you this: what makes what you did, editing the script, any different than Alcon editing scripts, than the atrocities that happened with the German dub of Naruto, for instance, which makes the stuff that 4Kids look like a pipe dream? Like, say, one of the most famous examples of that, removing Zabuza's blade.
What?
Oh,
yep.
God. German censorship.
Yep, it is infamous. But here's the thing. I don't care why you did it. The fact is, you did it, and you think that you somehow won some kind of victory, or that it's somehow justified because you're taking shots at the right people. No. You ruined a product because you were too concerned with your own personal business rather than trying to think about a greater whole. So as far as I'm concerned, and this is like the third or fourth time that you've been involved with something like this happening, you should not. When it comes to voice acting, I got no beef with you, but when it comes to scripting, you should not be allowed near a script, ever.
Exactly. Yep. You know what?
And if you keep this up. And I can't help but notice that a lot of the stuff that has gotten these edits have been things that would not be considered close to the mainstream. I.e., for as much as you want to try and virtue signal, you still don't have the guts to virtue signal with something that actually has a cultural footprint. I want to see you try and get away with this shit with My Hero Academia and claim that you're fighting the moral fight. Because until you do that, I am seeing cowardice.
Yeah.
You are, in fact, and as a final note, I'm going to say this. At the rate you're going full Sean Schemmel.
Oh, definitely.
Sean Schemmel.
As far as, but you know what? I'm going to be nice. You're going in the bathroom.
Put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Anyway, time to laugh at assholes who think gaming's an addiction.
Yeah, there's been more.
Here we go again.
There's been more studies on this matter,
scientific garbage.
No, it's showing that external issues are more likely to blame for gaming addiction, not gaming itself. This is a response due to in a study conducted by Oxford University that has found insufficient evidence to suggest that gaming should be classified as a clinical disorder. And this was the thing that I had said from day one, that the evidence for gaming disorder as a mental health condition was inconclusive for it to be officially put in the books for the World Health Organization.
Right.
And the study suggests that, quote, those engaged in dysfunctional gaming are likely to have underlying frustrations and wider psychosocial functioning issues outside of games.
What?
That makes sense. That actually makes sense.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like how those people. It's kind of like how people who are the whales who get addicted to loot boxes probably had addictive tendencies, and it just fell on something else.
And that's what I've been saying. That's what I said last time. The last time we talked about this. That's exactly what this is. So glad to see somebody's agreeing with me on that.
Yeah. And not only that. I mean, I'll give you a personal example. I hardly ever leave the freaking house because of due to a lot of stuff. So, so what do I do to cut my to basically try to shut off all the shit so I don't have to be so stressful? Gaming. So it makes sense.
It's used by most as an escape.
This is coming to us from Andrew, and this is
Prisbaliski.
English monk, director of research at the Oxford Internet Institute.
Polish.
Yeah, Polish names always fuck me.
Yeah.
The thing is that's why that's the good thing about me. I live in Chicago. There's a lot of Polish people there, so I can actually pronounce their shit.
Mm-hmm. Have you had the chance to have Polish donuts?
Punchkis?
Yes.
I love them.
By the way, Monk?
Yeah.
Because of that last article, I just came up with a new button.
What?
Oh no.
You gotta like this. So, you talked about the idea of people doing stuff for a greater good.
Oh no, I know where this is going.
Oh no, I know exactly where this is fucking going.
Oh yes! Oh yes! The greater good!
The greater good.
Shut it!
Yeah.
Damn it, Marchie! Did I tell you to get back into the bathroom?
I'm making that a bunch. Come on. That fits all of these SJW extremists to a T.
Yep.
They keep doing this for one reason and one reason only in their minds: the greater good.
The greater good.
Shut it! Now, I'm pretty sure that they go.
And I still got it ingrained in my head.
the funny thing is they all sound like freaking NPCs, so it makes sense.
Exactly.
Anyway, moving on.
Yep.
Moving on. Back on topic.
And Professor Andrew finishes his thing by saying, quote, "Our findings provided no evidence suggesting an unhealthy relationship with gaming accounts for substantial emotional, peer, and behavioral problems. Instead, variations in gaming experience are much more likely linked to whether adolescents' basic psychological needs for competence, autonomy, and social belonging are being met, and if they are already experiencing wider functioning issues. In the light of our findings, we do not believe sufficient evidence exists to warrant thinking about gaming as a clinical disorder in its own right." And he actually was being nice. I have seen a few reports here and there that is arguing that the people who are pushing for this treatment of gaming addiction as a clinical disorder are being professionally irresponsible. Which that is a damning.
I would say also that, because here's the thing: you want to know why they're trying to do this because this is a twofold, because they want to do two things. Number one, they want to basically claim that gamers are sick. They want to call it a sickness so they can excuse their bullshit that whenever they try to censor their shit. Okay, that's number one. Number two, and pay attention, Big Pharma.
No!
As somebody who had to deal with the Ritalin shit, no. So moving past that, and okay, this was there was a bit further on the matter, and I have been looking at the video game addiction case for about a decade now. I've looked at hundreds of studies on the matter, and the most charitable thing I can say is the results are inconclusive. I see a bunch of studies who say it is, a bunch of studies who say that it isn't. A lot of them are sufficiently researched, and there's way too many variables, which means more research needs to be done. But I'd say at this point it's starting to become 60-40 in favor of it not, and more that it's in outside factors. I also think that part of the problem is that I have to wonder if some of these studies are taking the wrong angle, because the people doing the studies aren't exactly net savvy.
Of course not.
But then there was this thing where apparently Sandy Doyle, whoever the fuck this woman is, or Sadie Doyle, is trying to argue that zombie movies are vehicles for racism and xenophobia.
Oh, for God's sake! Drink!
And this was something that's
I recently just saw Zombieland Double Tap. It was fucking awesome, and it was hilarious.
And they're trying to argue that Zombieland Double Tap has a political subtext because of the fact that that a year before the first film came out, Obama was elected.
The first film didn't either.
Oh,
and then we go to a post universe.
Oh boy, I see a train coming.
All aboard!
All aboard!
Damn it, that's another train derail.
And
Oh my God!
Calling Columbus the incel in training.
What?
Folks, let me make this perfectly clear. It has been well established for years on end that even in the George Romero days, zombies were basically at the very most a attack on consumerism in general. How basically, it was on consumer culture.
And in that case,
don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next products.
Exactly. That is a consumerist zombie. That was the whole point.
Yeah.
Whereas with I think Curtis had the right point, saying, "Okay, hear me out. I think these are written by a buzz or a generator. They just sprinkle some pop culture thing so so people will possibly click on it.
You fucking think?
Of course. All they live
But
by is
then we had the fact
is
that
buzzwords.
So apparently, if I put out black jack-o'-lanterns, I'm being racist.
Oh, Cassandra
Yeah.
Fairbanks was pissed about this.
Jack-o'-lanterns are fucking headless. The jack-o'-lantern concept was based on the goddamn headless horseman.
Yeah, like I said, and the thing is, Cassandra Fairbanks went off on this.
Sleepy fucking Hollow. Ugh.
Shades, I have a request, and this is going to be my one. Marty
Go ahead.
Scroll.
Marty Scroll, yeah.
You know what? Request granted.
You fucking numpty!
Thank you, buddy.
The reason why I find this to be bullshit is because these are the same people that try and claim that there is some association with drow and blackface. Look,
what?
Come on.
Yeah.
Anybody
Here's
who's
the elves.
these
Drake.
are, and I'm pretty sure if Doku heard me say that, he would go on a fucking tirade again.
He will.
Because
God help us all.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The argument would only be sustainable is if around the lips of the jack-o'-lantern there was a pinkish outline. Then maybe you could argue blackface.
Yeah.
Then maybe.
Right.
But no.
But yeah,
And might I remind you folks at home, what are the two main colors associated with Halloween?
Black and
Orange
and black.
and black.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. I rest my case.
I don't see Bojangles. I don't see Bojangles as a jack-o'-lantern.
And all that these are is just, if we're gonna go by that route, am I not allowed to listen to the Rolling Stones? Was Henry Ford being racist when he was asked how many colors you could have a Model T in?
Yeah.
But then there was this little thing that was brought to my attention by Smug, where somebody at the Atlantic was advising people not to play the Goose Game, and here was the argument that they used, and I want to highlight this thing. The only problem is that you have to play the game to do so, and playing a game is a chore. That's the big problem with video games. To enjoy them, you have to play them. Hey, at least they're being honest now.
They want you to play every single dumbass walking simulator that comes out.
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! Where's my fucking hammer? Where's Mjolnir?
Oh god!
Apparently this was written by Ian Bogost, who is a video game designer who made a Facebook game called Cow Clicker.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? I think it's time to banish another asshole to Detroit. What do you
Send him to Detroit! Send him to
Detroit!
Detroit! No! No, please! Anything but that!
But you know,
now I'm going to populate full of idiots at this rate.
Shades, what do you got?
Yeah, I was gonna say this. Now, obviously, he likes to make idle games. That's pretty clear. Cow Clicker, Clicker Games. Yeah, no shit.
He claims that Cow Clicker was a satire. Press X.
Well, then fuck him too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Double X. No. You know, I like me some idle games where you can just sit back and let it do all the work for you. I love that shit. But at the same time, every once in a while, I actually like to, play a fucking game. I play stuff like Binding of Isaac, Factorio. I play, Bloodstain, all those great games where you have to really play the fucking game
and actually go through a sense of challenge.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm sorry, but if you don't want to play the game, don't play the fucking game. But don't try to argue that this should exist without it being a game. That's so asinine.
Yeah, these are one of these people that basically they want to have their hand held while they're playing some miniature golf.
Actually, what I see out of this is he wants the quote unquote prestige of being a video game designer when that's $1 billion industry, but he doesn't want to actually make something that people would be willing to play. And
Of course
I've
not.
made it clear over the years I do not respect art games because most of them aren't games.
Yeah, it's garbage. I mean,
I
Also,
had that
Shades-
attitude with visual
No, go ahead,
novels at one point, but I've since laxed that thing but it's and just say it's a case of apples and orange. But really, at the end of the day, I'm just afraid of being attacked. You know, like that French actor, Juicy Smoulier.
Oh yeah.
And
Shades, before we continue, and this may be late. Where are Coach Rotatsby and Franz Shushu when you need them?
God fucking damn it.
Yeah, these guys want to do all the work, or do none of the work and get all the credit. But on to Smoulier!
Yes, that famous French actor.
Yep. So
do we have the GTA button?
Oh,
shit. Here we go again.
Oh yeah. Here, where the fuck is it? I always fucking. Here
I need to reorganize my buttons later too.
Here we go again.
Fitting use, considering today's apparently that game's 15th anniversary.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I'll be damned.
Timing. Anyway, so how did Smoulier fuck up this time?
Well, he tried to boot a civil suit from Chicago's finance department, and he's lost. So keep in mind, this is the civil case that the city of Chicago has filed to recoup about $130,000 spent investigating the alleged hoax, or rather the alleged hate crime. It is a hoax. Let's be honest. I don't think anybody's buying it.
Yeah, there's nothing alleged about it.
No.
A federal judge told Smollier's attorneys that the case can move forward into discovery, and the court set a loose timeline for trial, tabbing litigation until early 2020. The city of Chicago filed the civil suit against Smoulier after he failed to pay a $130,000 bill levied by the city's finance department to recoup dozens of overtime hours accrued by the CPD detectives while they chased down. There's a bit of a typo there. Chased down two racist, homophobic individuals who supposedly attacked him, wearing MAGA.
Back in a second.
Of
I
course,
gotta take a Smoulier.
Yep. Wearing, and of course it goes into the whole thing and saying. Now, Smoulier's attorneys argued Tuesday, according to USA Today, that he should not be forced to pay because Smoulier himself did not direct Chicago police to spend weeks investigating his claim and could not have known how much time and money were spent. The judge did not agree, noting, quote, "If someone was going to falsely claim a racist and homophobic attack, it isn't unreasonable to think the Chicago police wouldn't spend the hours necessary to investigate it," according to Rafer Weigel.
Yeah, that's a loss.
When asked why Smoulier wanted to pursue the case, despite the likelihood that his legal fees would total more than the original $130,000, here's a hint, you should have paid the money. His attorney told Weigel that, quote, "My client has maintained his innocence and he believes you don't put a price tag on that. He's willing to spend what it takes to prove his innocence because, unfortunately, he has been proven guilty in the media more than proven innocent."
Well, maybe if you were innocent, you'd been proven that in a court in a court of law.
Never mind the fact that the reason everybody thinks your ass was guilty was because when material from the investigation came out, which you tried to block, including trying to block the body cam footage from the police officer who filed the report and showed that he already had the rope still around his neck, loosely. And didn't have much in the way of bleach on him, and didn't even smell of bleach. That holes started to form because originally everybody was like, everybody sensible who didn't have an agenda was like, this doesn't seem right, especially in the Midwest because this was right around the time that the polar vortex was going on. You think anybody's going to be running to Subway in the dead of night in 50 below weather?
Fuck no.
Seriously, I wouldn't go out of my it got up to about 65 below around here, and I wouldn't even go out of the house unless I was going to work around that time.
Yeah, what? Did Uber Eats not exist where you were?
Also, I've never heard of a Subway that's open at 2 in the morning.
No.
No, not that I'm aware of either. So yeah, that's another fail. Yeah, again, just holes popping up everywhere. Pop, 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 pop.
Yeah.
I understand. Again, this is why we have the saying "trust but verify," and he's going to have more L's because now that this is in Discovery, that means that they can go through a lot more of Juicy's shit.
Yeah.
And in fact, if he tries to block Discovery, that could net him into even more trouble.
Oh yeah.
As the worst case scenario, contempt.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're trying to block Discovery, you are intentionally trying to impede the process. Now, as far as the next one, this is a minor thing, but there has been a concept that somehow blind auditions reduced sexism in terms of the whole implicit bias studies. But apparently, there's been some holes in that study. It was a study called Orchestrating.
Of course there are.
Orchestrating Impartiality: The Impact of Blind Auditions on Female Musicians.
Oh. What?
Oh, this is gonna end well.
But now, Jesse Singal, a contributing writer at New York Magazine who has criticized bad social science and is currently writing a book about misleading statistics that have gone viral, had cited this thing, and the thing is that this was supposedly one of the definitive ones in an area of research that has a lot of problems with replicating in studies, which is one of the key things that you need to do in decent research.
In order to find validity in studies.
So, back in May, a statistician from Columbia University, Andrew Gelman, took a deep dive into the study and described it as not very impressive, and had great difficulty trying to locate the 50% statistic within the modest findings. Quote, "You shouldn't be running around making a big deal about point estimates when the standard errors are so large. I don't hold it against the authors. This was 2000 after all. The Stone Age in our understanding of statistical errors. But from a modern perspective, we can see the problem." He goes, quote, and Summers wrote about this piece in the Wall Street Journal, which will probably attract more attention, and noted the existence of another study that had contradicted Golden and Rouse. Quote, "In 2017, a team of behavioral economists in the Australian government published the results of a large, randomized, controlled study called Going Blind to See More Clearly. For the study, more than 2,000 managers, that's a bit small, of the Australian Public Service were asked to select recruits from randomly assigned resumes, some distinguishing the applicant's sex, others not. The research team fully expected to find far more female candidates shortlisted when sex was disguised. But, as the stunned team leader told the local media, we found the opposite, that de-identifying candidates reduced the likelihood of women being selected for the shortlist. It turned out many senior managers, aware that sexist assumptions had once kept women out of upper-level positions, already practiced a mild form of affirmative action. Anonymized hiring was not only time-consuming and costly, it proved an obstacle to women's equality. The team plans to look elsewhere for solutions." I never had a lot of faith in in blindness reducing implicit bias, mostly because the concept of implicit bias is scattershot. In a scientific sense,
it is.
And by that I mean that a lot of the research is all over the place, and I can't find a consistent voice in what I've been able to find. And if somebody's going to argue, well, I'm not looking at this or that study, if it's that obvious, I should have found it by now, especially with how deep into the trenches I go.
Right.
Speaking of trenches, here's a case of WTF. Vodka made from contaminated grain from the Chernobyl exclusion zone.
What? Radiation.
Whiskey Tango Foxtrot?
Radioactive whiskey or radioactive vodka.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Why is this being sold?
Non-illegal.
So, apparently this comes from a team of researchers, and apparently this is only one bottle has been created so far. I wonder why.
Thank God.
But it was recently put to the test at Bar Swift in London. It's more than a grain spirit than a vodka, so it has much more fruity notes. You can still taste the rye, said one.
Oh my God!
Professor
whoever
James
goes into
Smith
whoever goes into that bar, they're gonna need a fucking Geiger counter.
According to an environmental scientist at the University of Portsmouth, Professor James Smith, the vodka is safe to drink and is no more radioactive than any other vodka.
Okay.
Press X! Yeah,
press X.
Fucking X.
Apparently,
if
they
it's from
plan
the
to
Chernobyl
use
exclusion zone, no, that is not fucking safe to imbibe.
Not safe.
Now, apparently, they plan to use the sale of the vodka to provide support to communities around the exclusion zone.
It's for a good cause, but it's a stupid fucking idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They plan on selling. They plan on producing 500 bottles and selling that to tourists. I have to ask one question to you guys: buy or sell on which was the dumber idea, this or the Crystal Skull vodka?
I think the Crystal Skull vodka.
Crystal Skull vodka was made by
Dan Aykroyd.
Dan Aykroyd. Dan Aykroyd's awesome.
Yeah,
as awesome as he is, the Crystal Skull vodka was just weird.
Yeah.
This is just what the fuck on like
this
10
is
levels.
Like, okay, let's get realistic here. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that this bottle turned out perfectly safe. And you're gonna make more of this. You're gonna get more of whatever material you used for this. How long before you come across a strain that ends up being too radioactive, but you don't catch it, and then you end up getting someone sick?
Yeah, like I said,
Lawsuit City.
Yep.
Either getting someone sick.
The bottom line is this: if you're bottling something, you might want to have a Geiger counter handy.
Yeah. If you're bottling this, you need a Geiger counter.
I don't feel like it. I don't feel like breaking out a Geiger counter when I get drunk.
Right?
But
it's either sick or Darwin Award.
But ladies and gentlemen, I want to make something clear. We have a full fucking house tonight.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Full content, bitches.
Before we do that, hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
Well, so say you go to a bar like next time, and they break out the bottle. I bet you you'll be making this sound.
Oh, God damn it!
You're calling me nuclear alcohol? Are you trying to give me radiation poisoning? Remember, kids. Tickety means run your ass out of there and pop some rat away for good measure.
Yeah.
Yep. But, ladies and gentlemen, bad news. We don't have a main event tonight. Good news. We've got a full fucking quartet.
We actually do have a main event, and it's the quartet.
Yes.
Pretty much.
So you know what? Should I just have Cunhogan play us in for the for the quartet?
Fuck it. Let's do that. Then the other
Fuck
thing.
it, let's do it.
All right. So we start off, with on ring number 1.
Yep. One life, 2K.
And each day that follows, 'cause we only have one night.
2K. Yeah, and as we always say in the beginning, Fick Dix Zelnick. Rosetta so German, motherfucker.
Fuck yeah, Zelnick!
Fuck you, Zelnick.
Yeah, I think that's the
so
new
fucking
gimmick.
happy I'm not getting confused with this asshole.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, I think I should do it in every language and do the Rosetta Stone gimmick.
Yes, do it.
Yeah, because if
Rosetta
we
Stone
say
German, motherfucker.
Yep. So the first is a case of who could have seen this coming. I'm pretty sure Stevie Wonder saw this coming.
Sound like Keller could have saw it coming.
Yeah.
Fucking. I don't know.
Well, I'm pretty sure the Phantom Thieves of Hearts saw this coming.
Yeah.
So
even Captain Obvious saw this coming.
Borderlands 2 VR is doing exactly what I predicted it would. It is giving people headaches.
Of course.
And
Badass mega fun time. What?
Huh?
And of course, nobody cares because Bitchford.
Yeah.
Which since we're dealing with Bitchford, play the theme.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Hold on, here we go.
Oh,
fucking Bitchford. Welcome to the Randy Bitchford Show, folks.
Yeah.
Yep. So they made a huge sound and fury about how they were going to be porting Borderlands 2 to VR, and the thing is ridiculously half-assed. Like they don't.
Oh.
Cutscenes are still pre-rendered, so they still appear as a flat display. And
so basically typical for Gearbox.
And because of the fact that when you pick up weapons, they spin straight towards your character, which isn't a problem on a regular screen, but in VR, you're constantly getting that thrown in your face, which is gonna fuck with you.
Oh,
definitely.
God help you if you got epilepsy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Why do you think they have warnings for that in the first place for every game?
Mm-hmm.
Although, let's not forget that this is a game that prided itself on co-op, and you're playing Billy No Mates.
Billy No Mates.
But to be fair, co-op with VR would probably create more problems than it's worth.
It would.
But then we get to the real shit show that was at the center.
Oh, here we go!
Oh, good God in hell! What the hell is on my screen?
Yeah, you remember what I said? Everyone's been saying, well, Ukes is at full for all this crap. You know what? And I said, I don't think Ukes is it's got less to do with Ukes and more to do with A, 2K, and B, the WWE, because they've been taking a little stringent on their license lately. And I think that's why I think Ukes has been hamstringed for the past 10 fucking years. Give or take a couple. But you know what? But you know what? Now that Ukes is gone, this shit's happened. You know what?
Fuck you! I was right! 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 Fuck you! I was right!
This is a standard. This game is the standard bearer for what not to do for yearly releases.
At this point, I'm waiting for the biggest salt of them all, and this is my dream scenario, when THQ Nordic either partners with Ukes or Sin Sophia, which was known by its older iteration as Aki Corporation, and teams up with AEW to basically compete.
Yes.
I know that Kenny Omega has made it very clear he wants to bring back the Aki engine, but I just have to point this out.
Oh my God!
Look at what the fuck did they do to The Rock?
Yeah, really.
That doesn't even look like him.
There's another glitch. There's another glitch in the comments where Asuka's hair is off of her head.
Oh my God! So turns out Asuka was bald the whole time.
She's been wearing a wig.
Yeah.
This whole thing very much. Now, I'm
presuming that image is from the COD template.
Probably, but here's the thing I want to bring up. First off, I guarantee that New Legacy is having a field day with this.
Oh yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Two words for you guys: chocolate drop.
Here's another thing. You know what this iteration of The Rock reminds me of? Remember that old WrestleMania 2000 commercial?
Yeah.
I can't believe some Rudy Poo Jabroni just copied off me.
Yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting, and also there's the fact that not only found this out because of a video on WrestleMania, but apparently the engine that they were using was from the PS2.
Oh my God! Really, 2K?
That explains so much.
Now the question is I'm looking at this picture of this mess here. What's that? Is that supposed to be her brain or something?
I have no idea.
Also, Maddie in the chat.
Although there was one case where somebody was playing as John Cena and the graphic didn't load, and he had said, "This is the most accurate portrayal of John Cena ever."
You can't see him.
Now, of course, WWE Games has responded, saying, "We are listening closely to the feedback, and we expect an initial patch in the next 2 weeks." 2 weeks.
So wait. You expect people to wait 2 weeks of this shit before you finally fix it?
Yeah, into the trash it goes.
Yeah, into the trash. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Dude, I have 2 words for you, 2K Games, for this shit. And they're very simple words. Quality control!
Yes.
One of DualShockers...
QC, motherfuckers.
DualShockers' Michael, in their review of the game, stated that it's as messy as the real-life programming.
Oh boy!
Yeah, you take me to him. Take me to the son of a bitch. Take me to him. Come on. Go. Where's the son of a bitch? Where is he? Where are they? Go.
God, I hope the guy at AEW gets something together with their video game. But until then, go buy Fire Pro Wrestling World.
Yeah.
Hell, at least Fire Pro can actually let you play as women. Looks over at Stardom.
Yep. But then we have now. This one is more of a cheers than a drink, and despite some of the reservations that I had, it does seem that the Modern Warfare reboot is doing well, and it's also being received well by people I actually trust. But I wanted to point this...
Wait a minute, you forgot one thing.
I was about to say!
Yeah, Mildred, you forgot something. The asshats of Activision.
Oh, right. They all kind of blend. They all kind of blend together.
God, Maddie in the chat. Maddie in the chat. So better buy 2K18 on Switch or this file?
Let me repeat. Fire Pro Wrestling World on PC. Go buy it.
He already has that.
He already
Go
has
play
that.
it. Then go play it.
All right. So, moving past my my fuck up, it is time for. Whoops, that's another fuck up. Jeez, this is the most cursed episode of the Monastery ever. The problem is a bunch of my stuff got alphabetized, so reflex.
It's called Windows Update.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the asshats of Activision.
Oh God.
Yeah, and I think we all know why Bobby Kotick needs to go to jail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Your name's in the book, bitch.
Now, Now the first one isn't quite geek related, but I thought it was funny.
Oh yeah, it's a cheers.
The Call of Duty UK Twitter account created a sick note if people didn't get tomorrow off for the release.
Really? You know what, Activision?
That was adorable.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's another cheers.
Oh, a little bit of the bubbly.
Cheers.
Yours sincerely, Colin O'Duty.
Now, you know what will make this even better if someone actually tries to use that.
If somebody does try and use that, and I'm pretty sure nobody's going to be stupid enough to do that. But then again, I've been wrong before, and given that we talked about somebody legit using the McLovin thing earlier tonight.
Oh
yeah.
Everything's on the table on that one. And if someone does, I want tweets. I want evidence of this. Bonus points if you actually pull it off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what would be funny? It's this. They give him this excuse, and not only that, they accept it.
That's what I'm saying. Bonus points if they actually get off because of this.
Phrasing.
Yeah.
Apparently, Bethesda did something similar with a sick note, but the sick note that Pete Hines made is not as good looking. Here's the sick note that Pete Hines made, and let me post it in the council for you guys.
Yeah, Modern Warfare looks better, much more hilarious.
It looks.
It even has an urgent stamp on the bottom right-hand corner.
To be fair, the Pete Hines one, while it doesn't look as nice, looks a little more professional and might be able to fool somebody a little better.
Yeah.
Rest their pancreas.
But now we
we
have to laugh at the nuclear winter. So first off,
here we go.
we once again have the yearly tradition of the Hearthstone Championship trophy falling apart right on air, and he didn't even break the thing.
This is why I bet you that trophy was made in China.
Let me see if I can play the clip.
You
Watch
ain't
this.
getting shit.
Look, he's just holding the. He just holds on to the thing, and damn it, now it's trying to. God damn it, Twitch! Stop buffering. Just wait for it.
Any day now.
Oh fucking hell! I don't have this problem with YouTube videos. What the hell is up? The hell is with this Twitch?
Oh, so it wasn't just me having problems with Twitch earlier.
Yeah,
I'll
be honest with you though.
I lowered the quality down and wait. Here we go. Here we go. Look, he's just holding the thing.
holding the thing, and all of a sudden,
he lifts it up slightly, and the thing falls off.
all of a sudden, China happens.
Oh,
Oh,
I know the
boy.
best way to fix that shit. I've made an epoxy that bitch.
In the early,
You know, I gotta ask a question. I got a question. Is this the exact same? I gotta wonder. Does this look like the trophy from the last time? Because I'm willing to bet they used the same fucking
it
trophy.
is. This has happened multiple times. So actually,
At this point, just get a new fucking trophy.
I'm calling.
Yeah, they need to get a better trophy. Damn it!
You know what? Also, let me suggest another trophy for Blizzard. Check the council.
Your winner.
Your winner.
Yep.
Big rigs.
Now let me see if I can.
Goddamn big rigs.
Oh, come on! It's more. At least the game's more functional than WWE 2K20.
Oh, that's not exactly a high bar to cross now, is it, Aaron?
Nope.
Also,
No.
Also, I got Maddie requests a button, and for that mistake, it's deserved.
Now, what I'm trying to find, and I can't seem to find, is what they used to use a few years ago. Because back in the day, instead of using that for the thing, they used a mug. The mug didn't break.
Yeah,
ever.
Well, it was just a stein.
Ah,
at least you could drink out of it.
Mm-hmm. And sure, if the handle breaks, you can just hold it the old-fashioned way.
Right.
Yeah, really.
Sometimes they had in some cases they had things that were a little more dignified, but
I guess as they partnered with China, they have to use Chinese materials.
Yeah.
But I am trying to. I know that at one point someone tweeted at me the mug, but I can't find an image. Google image search has failed me. I find some nice looking steins, but not exactly what I was specifically looking for.
I got something for you. Check the council. Posting it now.
Oh, yeah, there it is. This is the old mug that they used to use.
Ha!
That's much better. Why did they keep that?
It's simple, but it works.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Instead, you had to go with the fancy ass trophy that you can't even get right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fancy ass trophy made in China.
I'd probably build a better looking trophy than that. Blindfolded.
Shit.
I could probably do it too.
And next we have a bit of stupidity coming out of WoW Classic. So two guilds were forced to change their name. One of them was an LGBT-based group called Gay Boys.
That one's not as bad.
And the other one
for discrimination.
And the other one was a group that was a shitposting group called Make Azeroth Great Again. So calm down,
Fuck
man.
Orange, man.
Calm your tits, man.
Yeah, really.
Get
rid of that because what? Orange Man bad? You know what? Drink.
Yeah, drink.
Drink.
I agree.
Oh my god.
Apparently, it's because people were harassing both guilds.
How? Oh yeah, let me guess. Gay Boys, because they're direct quote from a member.
If you reviewed my chat logs, you would see multiple messages from individuals through my recruitment process of getting us to where we are today, with individuals messaging, "Fuck the gays" reported, amongst other extremely hateful and discriminating comments. Drake!
Yep.
So,
as usual, shit talk. It's very hateful. Yes, it's very hateful, but you know what? Come on, you're dealing with a bunch of people that love to use the N-word in this type of shit.
Yeah, though I will say, so we have a bunch of your usual chat harassment, but instead of telling people to stop harassing, they instead punish the guild by making them change their name.
Stupid.
Well, I know why, because that was going to take less work.
Not to mention there was a similar guild back in 2006.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, the whole thing has highlighted really big inconsistencies with terms of service, and I'm saying, if that offends you, I can't imagine how you'd act regarding the voice chat for CS:GO.
Oh boy!
Yeah, that's a minefield and a half.
But we're not done poking fun at the nuclear winter, because then there was the fact that a 15th anniversary event that was going to happen in Taiwan has been postponed.
Run away! Run away!
Run away! Run away!
No reason given.
It's not. Oh, and wait, it gets better because apparently because Nintendo, well, that Nintendo event, they've also pulled out.
Yeah, we covered that last week.
Because
we covered that last week.
Yeah, but also their Q&A, that's canceled.
You mean for BlizzCon?
Yep.
Yeah, the Q&A thing for BlizzCon, I heard about that, where apparently they're trying to do pre-submits. I've got, the reason I didn't put that in the docket is I've been getting conflicting reports on that.
Okay, it's been postponed, but due to the fact that it's been a week since the celebration party was originally going to be held, I effectively see this as canceled.
Yeah. And of course in response to the announcement, there has been a bunch of Hong Kong memes.
Of course. That's an understatement.
Oops.
No simpy.
Yeah, no
simpy at all.
Now, I need to briefly talk about COD, because the mobile version of COD has been getting accusations of rigging.
Well, of course, it's a mobile game.
No shit,
It's a mobile
Sherlock.
game.
Yeah.
Mobile game rigging their microtransactions and loot boxes. This is my surprised face.
Yeah, and the fact that they're doing business with China, of course. Come on, don't ever play mobile games, kids, because most of it is Chinese garbage.
Yeah, or gotcha games.
Which is Chinese garbage.
Yeah.
But then there was this whole matter. So you know how we talked about the May statue getting removed from the Blizzard store? Well, for whatever reason, a few days ago, they put it back in. Now I'm not going to be buying the thing, but
of course.
And it wasn't a case where it was just out of stock or something like that. No, it was gone. But oddly enough, other May merchandise wasn't gone.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You know what the problem is? If they pulled it off the store completely and it stayed that way, they know the Hong Kong situation really got under their skin.
Yeah.
This is damage control.
Although,
yeah.
Here's what's confusing to me. If they were going to do damage control, why only nuke that one item instead of nuking anything that had May on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Considering she's been a resistance figure.
Yeah, really.
But the next bit that we have, and this is admittedly a brief one, but it is time to return to EA, egregious assholes.
may the gang do this time?
Yeah, let's see how badly the gang fucked up this time.
The gang is experiencing buyer's remorse of a sort. So
They decided,
first off,
okay, Origin didn't work out too well.
Cure, Bungie isn't a part of Activision anymore. They haven't been for months.
Bungie wants Splitsville from Activision. In fact, ever since then, they've been trying to clean up Destiny 2 from all that garbage.
And you, Cure, you asked me about 5 days ago about the Linux thing, and I said inconclusive. It's still in play. I'm gonna hold off on it. Why are you asking about it again?
Until you have a full resolution.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Do I have to put Cure in the bathroom?
No, you retracted his message.
No.
Okay.
So first off,
bathroom.
now keep in mind, this is a rumor. I want to make that part particularly clear. So take it with a big ass grain of salt, like the kind that was strapped to an ass as it's being carried out of the as the salt's being carried out of the salt mine. No, that is not phrasing. But they have been teasing moving their games back to Steam, which would effectively, and they posted this little tease on their Twitter that just had a cup of presumably coffee. It's looking like they're trying to bring EA access to Steam and possibly bring in some of the games that are on Origin over there, which should have been done to begin with because Origin is shit.
Yeah.
I know some people like the occasional free games they get due to the access program, but navigating the thing is a pain in the ass.
It is.
Yeah.
In fact, when I bought Kingdoms of Amalur, because the demo and some of the material I was seeing with it impressed me with its potential, and I do think it's a good game that got marred by some bad decisions. The PC version that I got had to install Origin, and I cracked it. I will freely admit that I sailed the high seas on a game that I bought solely so I wouldn't have to deal with Origin.
Right.
And I've seen PC users do the same thing with Dead Space, or in some cases upload cheat engine so they can bypass the DLC shit for Dead Space 3. Although truth be told, you shouldn't be playing Dead Space 3 anyways. You should stick to 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Really.
But the other factor... So remember when everybody got really pissy about the Battlefield 5 trailer that one time?
Yep.
Perhaps they've learned
Those
their
were the
lesson
days.
because for the upcoming Pacific expansion, they are not trying to shoehorn any woman in the matter.
Good.
Because the trailer that they've put out for the matter doesn't have any Scottish cyborg women.
Yeah, really.
And apparently two places that are going to make an appearance in the update are Iwo Jima and Wake Island. Much like the M4 Garland rifle will potentially end up in the game at a later time.
Yeah, considering the fact that the first location is Iwo Jima, yeah, this is a pretty smart move because you do not fuck with Iwo Jima.
Oh, don't.
No.
So, the thing is, if they had these kind of trailer setups before the game had come out, I guarantee it would not have been received as negatively.
Mm-hmm.
Now you look at this, you see the kind of stuff that we should have seen from the get-go. It was the kind of thing that made Battlefield 1 so popular it managed to outsell Call of Duty. But that's not the route that they took. And because of that, we saw the result with Battlefield 5.
Yeah.
But the last bit that we have, and there's going to be one bit of spice and some bits of not. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the original soap opera, The Bold and the Bitch Thesda.
And I hope you boys got your steak knives out, because it's going to get juicy.
Yeah, well, sadly,
this is going to be fun.
Yes. You know what? Fuck it. I'll stay for this because I want to. There's one thing I do want to talk about.
Okay, so let's get a little appetizer first. So we've talked about in the past how Youngblood was absolute shit and how the new Colossus was shit.
Yeah.
And apparently Machine Games purposely stripped BJ Blazkowicz of being hyper masculine, according to a developer.
Of course.
Yeah, drink.
Yeah, fucking drink.
Yeah, fucking drink.
That apparent. Now, unfortunately, the interview with PC Games N is heavily editorialized, so it's hard to tell how much was his actual intent of showing more depth with the character and how much wasn't. But now here's the thing: going into some of his childhood, I have no problem with that. But in in the new Colossus and in Youngblood, they went out of their way to try and depower him. Never mind and completely ruin the point that even with the expanded stuff with his backstory, in the New Order he was still BJ Blazkowicz. In the new Colossus, it was not BJ. Instead, they try and insist that he and have him
reboot.
They try and have him be more frail, and in a possible attempt to make him more relatable. Which, if that was the case, you failed.
They failed miserably
because that's not how you make it. You don't.
Here's the thing about New Colossus. Okay, here's the thing about the New Colossus. It was nothing more than just a bunch of left-wing propaganda garbage.
You know what? I just realized what they did. Oh, God. You know what they did?
What?
They made a strong, silent protagonist, or at least attempted to make him more relatable. They pulled another M.
I knew you were going with that.
Yep.
Bitch!
Fuck!
And you know what? They managed to do it. They managed to do it worse because, at least with Other M, I can see some hints of potential when it comes to its combat setup. With the new Colossus and Youngblood, no. New Colossus didn't understand the concept of restraint and completely wasted the talents of Mick Gordon. And because Mick Gordon did really good soundtrack work, but because of how shit the editing was, you wouldn't be able to notice.
Right.
And like with Youngblood, they tried to make a looter shooter without any loot that was so bad that Skill Up didn't finish the game.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. Now, here's the thing, okay? What the problem is, they took that off of id's hands so they can make Doom. But they should have kept that with id. Because let me tell you something. If I was doing New Colossus, believe me, that story would be a lot different. Yeah, you still have Nazis taking over America, but here's the thing: that communist that was your ally in the game, he would turn on you.
Oh yeah.
The one thing that I would probably do is in that sort of case is when it came to Grace. As soon as she starts, I would probably have Grace be an example of all bravado and not willing to actually do it, because the approach I take is, no, BJ, we don't need your help, white boy. And she immediately she tries to rush headlong in a firefight and immediately gets her ass kicked not killed, but let's just say shot in the leg or something, and has to say, look, it has to go with the harsh reality that her own little pride is not worth getting herself shot to pieces.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I will admit the best part of the New Colossus was seeing her get smacked by someone who she had been constantly belittling, even though they were on the same side, and constantly calling that chick Nazi, even though she wasn't and actually defected. And she had enough and just bitch slacked. But then we get to the real shit.
Oh, here we go.
Here we fucking go.
Oh, Bethesda. Just when we thought you couldn't get any lower, you found a way to dig deeper. Gotta go deeper, Leo.
God damn it! Really, Bethesda? Trying to bilk. It's bad enough you're bilking people out of money with this thing, but wait, it's not good enough. So you're gonna bilk more people out of the money, idiot.
With apologies to good brother Spade Ace. Bitch.
I don't think he's gonna be mad about you using that. In fact, I'm gonna join you. Bitch.
So you charged $60 for Fallout 76, an unfinished as fuck game, and you think people are going to spend $100 per year on your Fallout First service?
No! Bullshit!
And let's look at what you get for Fallout First. Now I want to make clear, it's $12 a month or $100 a year. You get private worlds for up to you and 7 friends. Way to miss the fucking point.
Oh my god! So let me guess, okay? So now they decided to give up and just use private servers, but now they're putting it behind a fucking paywall.
Just wait. Hold off on that, my friend, because I already know what line I'm gonna have to say when we get to it.
Uh-oh.
Let's see. Scrap box for unlimited storage for crafting components, which is having its own
Unless
problems.
the scrap box eats the stuff first.
A survival tent for a placeable fast travel point. 1650 in atoms for the atomic shop that is completely useless. The ranger armor outfit.
We will get to that.
Which completely fucks with canon because that particular outfit.
Yeah, the NCR wasn't even a thing by the time in the game's timeline.
And the last thing is icons and emotes. And just for the sake of clarity, I want to show you all what their attempt at this outfit looked like.
Oh,
prepare to laugh your asses off.
Oh yes. For context, for the sake of it, we showed this to TWK in our server last night. He could not believe what he was looking at. Take a look at this shit.
Oh my god!
Look at this.
What the fuck?
That doesn't look like the Ranger armor from Fallout New Vegas.
It looks like a retarded Ant-Man costume.
No,
yeah, really.
It looks like they took the Ranger helmet from New Vegas, literally just took the asset right from the old game and just slapped it on there.
Yeah,
and then put it on top of a flat cardboard cutout.
Yeah, really.
Yep.
Again.
Yeah.
Again, the end when the game. It was like what about 100 years after, or 50 or 100 years after the blast in Fallout 76, right? The NCR wasn't even a thing yet. It was still shady fucking sands.
Mm-hmm. Also, Cure in the chat. Star-Lord called. He wants his mask.
Don't.
Yeah.
No, don't drag Star-Lord into this. He has to suffer.
Yeah,
he has to suffer enough working with Disney.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then an absolute mad lad had to have his fun.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's better.
So they did not set up a they did not register the Fallout First domain. So an absolute madman had taken the Fallout First thing and claimed it, and we have private worlds, scrap boxes, and more coming. Raising to Fallout 76 with Fallout Fuck You First. Ever since Fallout 76,
this guy's an absolute mad lad.
we have consistently done nothing to improve and evolve the experience based on your shitty feedback. That's why we're excited to launch Fallout Fuck You First, a premium ass-pounding membership that offers something dumbass players have been asking for since before launch. Private worlds for you and select idiot friends, so we decided to put it behind a paywall. In addition to this huge feature, Fallout Fuck You First also includes a host of pointless items and cult bonuses, all of which you can find on my foreskin. And the best part, Fallout Fuck You First is available to screw you right now. What's included in the Fallout Fuck You First paywall? Then they go into the whole thing, and they call the portable tent the sex tent, and the lazy version of the art, and goes, explore in a discount version of the Not So Ranger outfit, available for Fallout Fuck You First slaves.
Wow.
Yeah, now, but this was such a big deal. This was such a big deal. This was so awesome a thing that BBC Three actually interviewed the guy that picked that made this.
Wow.
God.
Mm-hmm.
What an idiot.
Now he's trying.
Seriously, this is the main picture.
Oh, and you know what's even better? These motherfuckers are open season on the server.
Take a look at the wonderful community response. Fucking box.
Yeah, now if you got to follow first thing, guess what? You got a big ass target on your back now.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the thing that I find even funnier. Do you know how much it cost him to get the domain and set up the site?
How much?
Less than $30.
Just under 25 to be more specific.
Mm-hmm.
Like $24.97, I think.
Yeah.
Also, Mildra 404 not set on the next link.
Yeah, the screens thing. I think he must have taken that off.
Ah.
Yeah, I think Bethesda. I think the Hobbit got wise.
No, I don't think the Hobbit got wise. I think they.
No, he probably just took it off just to cover his ass.
Yep. But I do appreciate that he's trying to use this to raise awareness for Extra Life. So he's trying to turn a negative into a positive. Now, I did see that interview with.
Especially in this case.
I did see that interview with BBC, and what he had said is that he would be willing to give the domain back to Bethesda if he's able to get a candid conversation with Todd Howard. Because the reason he did this was out of frustration for how the game has been being handled.
Indeed. But now, what do you say we actually take a closer look at the features, quote unquote, of Fallout First and just see how well they implemented them?
By the way, guys, I'm about to take off. I gotta go to sleep.
All right, Aaron. Stay frosty, man.
Oh, good God. Bethesda, you had one job. If you were going to pull this whole, subscription service bullshit, the least you could have done was make sure that the features you were offering would actually work. But guess what?
They fucked that up too!
Thank you, Spoony.
So first off, the private servers, which by the way, because of the fact that you can't put mods on the private server, the point of a private server is rendered moot, because that was the reason why people wanted private servers to begin with. And secondly, first off, only being able to have up to 8 people in a private server, that's only enough to piss people off. And lastly, the private servers aren't even private.
Basically, it doesn't matter if you're online or off. If you've got people on your friends list, your friends can see your server and just come walking right on in. Oh, and by the way, they're also just they also might likely just be recycled old servers that they just threw in there.
Yep. And there's also the fact that the server can get robbed blind before you even get your ass in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you could literally walk into a server that's already been picked clean.
Yep. And because that's going to have problems considering this game wants to be a survival game.
Yeah.
Players with big friends list, i.e., merchants who sell players goods in the game are going to be having problems. Plus, there's the fact that the scrap box is forgetting that you've got scrap in it.
Oh, this
that's bullshit.
is legendary in terms of how busted this is. Yeah, basically, you go in, put your scrap in the scrap box like you do, and the minute you either log off or more likely go to another person's server, scrap box just completely forgets everything you had in there and it's gone for good. And what's even better is how Bethesda addressed this at first. Because at first, they were like, oh, it's likely just a UI problem. Your stuff's fine. It's still there. It just doesn't show.
UI my ass.
Oh, my friends, don't worry. They quickly realized how bad they fucked that up.
Yep.
Oh.
Because then they said, nope, it actually is an error, and we're trying to fix it. So they put out a update. I don't know if this is Billy D fucking up or if this is him being spicy, but it says Bethesda issues PR update for a PR update.
No, that's legit. That is legit. That was what he meant to say. I can tell you that because that's basically what Bethesda did. Because they put out a
Department of Redundancy Department.
No, what it was is like, basically they had to patch their PR update because they fucked it up so bad. Like I said, the initial PR update was basically them saying, oh, it's just a UI problem. Don't worry about it. And then they had to put an update to that update saying, oh, never mind, it actually is a problem. So no, that is a perfect title for that article.
Although since we have a bad update with a worse update, I think it calls for
our final tank ball.
Tank ball!
I don't think we've ever ended an episode with a tank ball.
Nope. That's the first time for that, and also the record is still in play. We still have not broken the record.
Damn. It's only 3 tonight.
But I'm going to post in Vidya the Fallout First thing so that can get shared around. Because Rick is asking for the link on that front, but they had said that a small number of players press fucking X.
Give me a minute.
With a large quantity of scrap are experiencing a display issue. The studio thinks this is a user interface issue and that players have not lost any scrap. They should be able to access it when crafting from workbenches as usual. And they said that on October 24th, then October 25th, another PR person is saying that it's a legit issue with the scrap box. Saying, our initial investigation indicated this was a display issue and that no items have gone missing. However, we have since found that a small number of players, again press X. have in fact experienced a loss in scrap items after placing them into the scrap box and then loading into the world. Resolving this issue is currently our top priority. Press X again. We are also exploring ways to restore the missing items. And Billy has a good point when he says, at this point, I'm wondering how the Elder Scrolls 6 and Starfield will pan out.
Yeah.
The Elder Scrolls 6 should be relatively fine, but Starfield, that is going to have problems.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and we should add one other little note to this to really just put the cherry on top of this shit sundae.
I have a hang on. I have a certain image that you shared last night that I think is going to be perfect for this because
yeah, you're right. I know exactly what you're getting ready to share, and you are absolutely right. Because, ladies and gentlemen, at the exact same time all of this is going down, another little game came out called Outer Worlds.
Oh, yeah.
And
you could not have asked for better marketing for friggin' Outer Worlds than this.
No.
Yeah, and every review that I've seen from people I trust has had a positive response to the Outer Worlds, mostly because it's doing exactly what they asked for. They had asked for essentially Fallout New Vegas without any of the actual Fallout stuff that would get them sued, and that's what they're getting. Now, I can understand why some people have issues with the Epic thing, but even beyond that, the game is going to be selling well, and they could not have. I think that the developers of the Outer Worlds should send a gift basket to Fallout 76, probably a bouquet of black roses with a note saying, "My sincere condolences on the death of your online game."
Yeah, the guys at Oblivion must be sitting back going, "Oh, this is just too perfect." You couldn't ask for better marketing.
Obsidian.
Oh, Obsidian. Why did I say Oblivion? Yeah, Obsidian must be sitting back laughing their asses off.
I was gonna say you were thinking of Oblivion because you are criminal scum.
Yeah, I deserved that one.
Yes, you did.
Hold on, one last button for the night because that was me walking into it like a rake.
Yeah, just at this point, I'm not even mad at them. I am honestly stunned.
Yeah. Like, legitimately, and I said this last night when I was talking to you about this, Monk, the only way that Bethesda could possibly go any lower is if they did something so bad the FTC got involved.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know. Given the report that we saw in the UK, that might have a ripple effect.
I'm telling you, it's coming. And Bethesda's going to be the number one. Like, it's going to be EA. It's going to be the quartet. But I think Bethesda is just going to be entering the top of the list there pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Also, as a bit of an aside, I found out a little something. Apparently, Weaponized Nerd Rage saw Terminator Dark Fate today. He is not happy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
As in, this is one of those cases. Because sometimes on his server he'll do these voice chats while he's driving home from the theater, and just talking about his thoughts on the film before he does a full video.
Mm-hmm.
They did a few things with this film that managed to get him angry. Well, let me rephrase that: angry-er.
I was gonna say, considering his name.
But this has been a trip, and when I look at how this thing has been going down, I remember way back in the day when I would read articles from a site called Web Pages That Suck by usability expert Vincent Flanders, no relation to Ned. And one of the things that he would always focus on is, of course, bad web design, so he could teach what not to do. And this feels like the biggest case in point of what not to do, which leads me to ask this. Hey Bethesda, remember when you thought that Bethesda Land was the worst thing you ever did? Those were the days.
Oh God.
In fact, you should just retitle Fallout 76 Bethesda Land. You'd probably make more money.
I gotta say though, like I've been watching videos from Young regarding this whole Bethesda thing, and I almost feel bad for the guy because Young has been literally devolving into utter madness watching this unfold.
Yes.
I think it's
like it's not even funny anymore.
I think it's on one level I feel bad for him. On the other level, this is what it means to be a journalist with actual integrity, and but I just know that somehow they're going to find a new way to fuck it up, and we're going to be right back here. And the bad thing is, up until earlier this week, we weren't really having all that much issue with Fallout 76. It was a shit game, but it seemed to be on a slow road to recovery. And then we're right back at square one. I feel like I'm Sisyphus at this point.
Yeah, like they were doing so good. They like, okay, yeah, the game was still shit, but there was some hope. There was that glimmer of hope, and Bethesda's like, oh, can't have that. We got to stuff that out right now.
Yep, for the whole lying up, the whole finally admitting the lie that we all knew, and then they go and do this. And I sincerely hope that they get booed out of the building at E3 in 2020.
Oh yeah.
Hell, I hope BlizzCon turns into a shit show. Because they are going to get booed out of their own fucking convention at this point.
Oh yeah.
Well, the only thing that I know about BlizzCon is supposedly they're doing a Overwatch 2 that's going to introduce a new hero. Effectively, they're trying to do the same thing that Fortnite did. But I do like that somebody commented in that thing saying we have a leak about who the hero is. The hero is Chairman Mao. And sometimes when it comes to this sort of thing, I always feel like I'm being a bit of a dick. But in this particular instance, if you're still playing Fallout 76, more power to you. But if you're going to try and convince me that I'm being too harsh on Fallout 76, I'm being kind. Because there's a lot more that I could say.
Oh yeah, that goes for all of us.
Mm-hmm. And the best part is that once again, the people who have the license in my area of expertise are the ones doing the best job with the license. Namely, Modifus. Since they are both Modifus and Fantasy Flight Games, because the Fallout board game, not shit. And I think there's a mod for it on Tabletop Simulator. The Wasteland Warfare miniatures game that Modifus is making, also not shit. And since they're going to make a Fallout RPG using the 2D20 system, that is also probably not going to be shit, because the 2D20 system is good. And that's what I find absolutely hilarious about this whole sordid affair.
You know, it just dawned on me. I'm thinking back now, because I remember in the days of game trailers. Yeah, who remembers that old site?
Pepperidge Farm.
They did it. right? They did a Fallout retrospective, and this was around the time Fallout 3 was coming out. This was how old this was. And even then, there had been talks of a Fallout MMO.
Oh, there's been talk about that for a while. I remember seeing active conversation about Fallout Online that was going to be using the Van Buren prototype.
Oh God. But looking back now, if we knew then what we know now about Fallout 76, we would have been laughing our asses off at that video, just hearing them talk about it.
I think the lesson that needs to be learned from what's happened with Bethesda is do not give companies excuses.
No.
Because I guarantee if people were as harsh on Bethesda as they are now a few years ago, they probably would not be in the position where they think they could get away with this. But because people would constantly defend the work that was done on the Elder Scrolls or the work that was done on other things, and incidentally, the original developers of the first 2 Elder Scrolls games are working on something on their own, which I don't know the details on, but it's probably going to get even more PR at Bethesda's expense.
Mm-hmm.
These sort of folk in Bethesda, it's very clear to me that they have those excuses made them get complacent, and because of that complacency, they have this situation. And here's the thing: they outright said that they're probably not going to do a new engine for Starfield and the Elder Scrolls 6, which leads me to believe that that is going to be a trash fire. Because think about this: the creation engine is held up with spit, duct tape, and prayer on current hardware. Gabriel was a whole lot of jank last generation. How do you think the creation engine is going to hold up on a PS5?
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
No.
But that's exactly what they're doing. They've outright said that's what their plan is.
That is going to crash like no goddamn tomorrow.
And yet to them, they think it's the smartest thing they can do.
Now, I've seen some people trying to deflect blame over to ZeniMax. I'm not doing that because the fish rots from the head. And as far as anyone's concerned, that head is Todd Howard.
Oh, yeah.
Now, was ZeniMax responsible for some of the bullshit when it came to Dishonored? Yes. But that's a different game and by a different studio.
Mm-hmm.
Bethesda was only the publisher. And all I have to say is, Bethesda, it is looking very, very closely at you. And if you even try any funny business with them, you think that you've got angry fans now? Just imagine trying to piss off the most hardcore PC fan base on the planet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
One that has one of their
suggestion
games have its own convention that's been running for over a decade.
Just a little piece of advice here, Bethesda. Do not fuck with Doom Eternal.
No.
You will not like the consequences of that.
No.
Because that's one that people have a lot of anticipation for.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a little thing that's being said in the comments that it's not going to hold up for the PS5 or the Xbox Scarlet or whatever its proper name is going to be. But as a bit of a final note before we do the wrap up, it is because of this that I am imploring if you're a fan of the Bethesda-like experience, go elsewhere. Go with the Outer Worlds, or go with LX. Well, or go with the Gothic series. It's going to be a bit janky, but it's going to be interesting. In LX, you have a bit of post-apocalypse with science fiction and fantasy elements, made by the team that made the Gothic series. That to me is interesting. Is it going to be janky? Oh yeah, I know it's going to be. It's Gothic, and it's an Eastern European RPG that you're never gonna get 100% stability. But I would rather have an interesting game than a polished game if I had to choose between the two.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't bring this up before we went live because I was so frustrated when we started out, because I was so frustrated with all the technical problems. But I do want to apologize for not making my statement as entirely clear as I should have with the addition snores musing that I did. And in addition, if anybody can help me get the word out regarding the Rob Bodine versus WotC case, and hopefully have somebody who has a legal background look into it, I would very much appreciate that, because I tried to cover that as best I can, but I am ill-equipped too.
Yeah.
I'd like to have learned French cover it because he is a copyright attorney. But as far as that is gonna wrap it up for this iteration of Monastery Live, the most cursed edition of Monastery Live we've ever done, and I'm gonna have to deal with a bunch of technical stuff. Also, Shades, when you get the chance, I want you to DM me how you set up the whole screen share thing, because there is a movie that I want to do a watch party on, either close to or on Halloween night. And it is one of my favorite anime movies. Vampire Hunter D: Bloodlust.
Ooh.
Which that should be very, very much fun. And TJF is saying that he's been playing The Outer Worlds on PS4 and has been enjoying it despite the graphics not being up to snuff. Except the graphics were about what I expected, and I'm not playing something for the graphics.
I ain't no graphics whore.
Neither am I.
I had to deal with the Crisis assholes back in the day.
Most of my favorite games are 2D, 8-bit style games anyway. I mean, Undertale, anybody? Binding of Isaac? I'm pretty sure I can handle The Outer Worlds.
There was one game on the Kickstarter Spotlight that wasn't successful that I think you would have gotten a kick out of, but we'll see. And to make it even better, it's from my neck of the woods. But it unfortunately wasn't successful. And Slick Rick saying he's seen Bloodlust. I will freely admit, I'm a huge fan of Vampire Hunter D. I have read through as many of the light novels as I can get. Plus, I remember using him as an NPC when somebody adapted him into Pathfinder. Now, would I adapt him into an RPG for characters with character? I don't know about that, because he's too OP. Like even in the Pathfinder version I found, his level was 20. That's not to say I don't like the original Vampire Hunter D movie. It's just one is decent for the time, and the other one is a cut above. Plus the latter one is directed by Kawajiri. Name a bad anime that he's been involved in. Okay, I'm pretty sure somebody's thinking of the Highlander thing, but I don't consider that a bad one. It has a bit of story issues, but not bad. But that is what I've been planning. Of course, I've wanted to do watch parties for the longest time, and cast. I'm actually going to be deleting the cast server link off of the Discord, because that thing has been a janky mess. It's clearly not ready. I'll wait about a year and see if cast improves before I jump on that. But I'm probably just
Yeah.
gonna use the good old screen share approach.
Yeah, I kind of became the guinea pig and tested that on my server, and yeah, let's just say it did not go very well.
No.
Plus, there was the fact that even though I know I added Flutter onto mine, on Flutter's end, it acted like I didn't even do it, and the invitation was still pending.
Yeah.
That's a red flag. And unfortunately, we can't go back to Rabbit because, well, they folded and become part of Cast now. So that idea is out.
Mm-hmm.
And became Cast due to the fact that they started to turn their servers off until they got bought out.
Yep. And I see the thing that Zeltrex put in the thing, and you know what? I would buy that shirt more than I would buy Fallout 76.
Oh yeah. Well,
the problem
is.
The problem is, I unfortunately am not black enough to do Goliath's voice.
Yeah, the artist for that shirt also did Darkwing Duck variation of the shirt.
Nice.
Just out of curiosity, Shades, did you ever cover in AMV in any of your old videos called Darker Than Duck?
No, I do not recall that one.
Okay then.
Hold your flying son of a bitch. Mildred, you shouldn't have said duck. Because, thanks to the other guy, I found this.
Goosebusters.
Yes!
Motherfucker!
Yes!
Oh, trust me, he's got more. He's got more shirts.
Let's leave it at that. Let's wrap it up, my friends.
So, tomorrow, Monastery Gaming returns, although a name like Monastery Arcade might not be a bad idea, but I've already stuck with Monastery Gaming, so I'll go with that for the time being. Plus, it sounds way too much like Razor Fist Arcade, and fuck that guy.
Yeah. You want me to stink? Yeah.
No bully, Razor Fist, but you have made a lot of dumb takes over the years.
Yeah. No bully at all.
Especially your little hate boner for anime. But moving past that, Spellforce 3 will be streamed tomorrow night. That is as part of the Blizzard Alternative Initiative.
Mm-hmm.
Because in that case, what we're getting out of that is Spellforce 3, which is a prequel to the first two games and their expansions, is a mix of RTS and RPG. Now, I only have the base game currently. I do not have the Soul Harvest expansion. Because I had flipped a coin between whether I was going to do Spellforce 3 or King Arthur 2. The coin came up heads, so Spellforce 3 it is. I was going to do it last week, but there was a crashing issue, so I had to uninstall and reinstall the thing. And of course, when I was going to do it on Friday, the update thing happened, and by the time it was done, it was 1 in the morning. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it.
Yeah, no.
I'm not streaming that late at night. Some people... Campbell can stream that late at night. I'm not him. But, of course, Wednesday, if everything goes as planned, Zeitgeist will be returning with a vengeance, in the words of good brother Ash.
Nice.
And I am negotiating regarding a couple interviews. I'm hoping to get some kind of response on that soon, but that's an up in the air situation. But I think for at least one of them, it's gonna be a bit of a treat for you all. But of course, next week, Monastery Live number 71. I will hopefully have my soundboard fixed by then, and we will not have to deal with this shit. But until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk. Stay fucking frosty, everybody, and fuck the WotC.